Not that I know of, but in my office there was. So I was just trying to,
Yeah, yeah,
I got spring break coming up. I don't want to get sick during spring.
hey man, look, it's 2024. Let me tell you, like, the end of 2019, like 20, end of 2019, 2020,
Yeah.
I was like, ghost. I was like,
Yes.
lockdown, I ain't going nowhere.
Right.
I was stuck in the house.
Yeah.
I ain't going anywhere.
Yeah.
And I'm living alone now, but I laugh about it now. It's true.
Right.
Everything's shut
Shut
down.
down. Yeah. But you know what's funny? I've gotten sick more this year, like this year, than I did during COVID. I never got sick during COVID.
I think it's actually Gary Henry. Like,
Yeah.
I got sick November 2023. That's like the
Oh, wow.
tail end.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Like, I'm like, how did this happen?
Right.
You know?
Yeah. So I don't know. Go figure, huh?
Right, right. I think that's in the garden. Really.
I think so.
I was being
Yeah.
careful,
Sure.
masking up,
Yes.
not going places, and I left my guard down.
Right.
Went out and did some social things, and that's probably where it goes.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, what are you gonna do?
Right.
Life goes on.
Yeah, hey, I'm glad to survive it, man.
Right? Yeah. No, that's true. That's what I heard. Good morning. You sick again? No. Just don't want to get sick. Everybody's sick around me. Everybody's getting sick. I don't want to get sick. I'm tired of being sick.
My husband got sick again.
Gosh. Yeah.
Jay's been sick and now he's been
All right.
like a crazy man.
Yeah. Tell them to go home.
I think he might have. Yeah, and he was on the last week and he still came back home.
Audio check. This is an audio test. Testing audio. Audio. Checking audio to the live stream. This is an audio test.
an intimate letter.
Testing, there it is. There it is. Oop, there it is, hot mic. All right, everybody, I'm gonna start right on time. It's 4:29, just so you're not caught off guard. I don't have a gavel.
Oh, my God.
What would you like me to hit with? I'm gonna use this tea. All right. Dario, on your mark. Good afternoon, everyone. It is 4:30. I'd like to call the regularly scheduled meeting of the Long Beach Community College District Board of Trustees to order. Today is Wednesday, March 13th, 2024. And the first order of business, Madam Secretary, roll call, please.
Virginia Baxter,
Here.
Herlinda Chico, Vivian Malauulu,
Here.
Uduakjo Intuk, Sunny Zia.
Here. Item 1.3, Madam Secretary, are there any public comments on closed session items?
None received.
Thank you. We are going to head into closed session for three issues. Item 1.4, personnel pursuant to Government Code Section 54957, Public Employee Employment Performance Evaluation, Discipline, Dismissal, Release. Item 1.5, Public Employee Performance Evaluation, Government Code Section 54957B1, Title Superintendent President. Item 1.6 is the recess into closed session. It is 4:31. We will be back at 5:30. Thank you, everyone. Testing. Thank you, Dario. We're going to get started. This evening, it is 5:30 p.m. I would like to once again call the regularly scheduled board meeting of the Long Beach Community College District Board of Trustees back to order. We've been in closed session. I'd like to welcome our guests, and we are reconvening. We'd like to start with a Pledge of Allegiance, and I don't see the person, excuse me for a moment, I'm also not wearing my glasses. Is Carl Kemp in the room? I don't see him. Where is he? I don't see him. There you are. Hi, Carl, was the person available to do that? Okay, so I did request that one particular person lead us in the flag salute. Unfortunately, that person is not available, so I think I see Miss Jessica Quintana there. Could you please lead us in the flag salute today? And I'm sorry to put you on the spot. Normally, I wouldn't do that, but you're there. Thank you. Of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you so much, Jessica, and once again, I apologize for that very last minute. At this time, we'd like to do a land acknowledgement. Long Beach City College acknowledges our presence on the traditional ancestral land of the Gabrielino Tongva peoples. This land remains unceded territory. We acknowledge the painful history of genocide and forced removal from this territory. Long Beach City College honors and respects the Gabrielina Tongva ancestors and their connection to this land. Madam Secretary, item 2.4, roll call, please.
Virginia Baxter.
Here.
Herlinda Chico.
Present.
Vivian Malaulu.
Here.
Uduakcho Entak. Sunny Zia.
Here.
Student Trustee Manetta.
Thank you. Item 2.5, we have no items to report from closed session. Item 2.6, Madam Secretary, do we have any public comments on agenda items?
None received.
Thank you. Item 2.7, reordering of the agenda. Are there any requests? Moving on to section 3 on the agenda, we have resolutions and recognitions. Many of you are here for item 3.1 on the agenda. This is a resolution recognizing Women's History Month. I do need a motion and a second.
So moved. So moved. Second.
We've got a motion by Trustee Chico, second by Trustee Baxter, that the Board of Trustees adopt a resolution 031324A, recognizing Women's History Month as submitted. And we do have guests in the audience. We've got Alana Grant, who is the Equity Officer for the City of Long Beach, lead staff for the City of Long Beach Women's Commission. We have a few members of the LBCC Women's History Month Planning Committee, Dean Dr. Elizabeth Orr, Brianna Pinkerton, and Leslie Davila. And we also have guests for the other recognition, which we will get to shortly. So at this time, Dr. Munoz, we have some comments regarding the resolution.
Thank you, Board President Malulu. I just want to thank the board for their support in recognizing Women's History Month. We had an amazing kickoff last week in W201. It was a great turnout, and we had the wonderful Robin Thorne come out and speak, and you did a beautiful welcome as well in energizing the group of students and faculty and staff that were present. And so I just want to always extend my deep appreciation to the planning committee for those that made really, put the energy and effort to not only making the kickoff, but all the events this month for celebrating Women's History Month a great success. So thank you.
Thank you. For the benefit of the public, the resolution is attached to board docs, and you're welcome to use the public link that we have on our agenda where you could view the actual resolution. Long Beach City College is proud to be able to honor and support events and initiatives such as this, and we're grateful anytime we have members of the public come and view this. So with that, do I have any other comments from our colleagues on the board regarding the Women's History Month recognition? All right, so I believe we have some guests that would like to speak and say a few words. If you would make your way to the podium, introduce yourself. Thank you. Madam Secretary, would you like us to take the vote first and then do the comments?
I think that would be more
All right.
appropriate, but
Why don't we do that? Let's vote and adopt the resolution, and then we'll take your comments. So, Madam Secretary, we'll do a vote, please.
Virginia Baxter,
Aye.
Herlinda Chico,
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu,
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk, Sunny Zia,
Aye.
and apologies, Student Manetta. I should have been first.
Aye.
All right, motion carries. Thank you very much. Go ahead, Dr. Orr.
Hi, everyone. I just want to thank you for the resolution and particularly for all of the support that the board and the college as a whole has offered to all the many Heritage Months, including Women's History Month. Women's History Month is particularly special because it goes across all of these different ethnic, racial groups and brings together the richness of Long Beach City College. As many of you were, I was at the mural dedication yesterday, which really just brought tears to my eyes. I thought it was just so incredibly beautiful in bringing together the rich heritage that we have in our community. And Women's History Month enables us to do that. And our committee is also just women from all different backgrounds and identities. And so I wanted to introduce one of the members of our committee to say a few words. And this is Professor Leslie Davila.
Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me okay? I can't even hear myself. Good afternoon, Board of Trustees. So thank you for your time in acknowledging Women's History Month and celebrating with us since last week when we initiated it. I wanted to particularly speak to you all about a recognition, the Inspiring Women of LBCC recognition that we got started about 3 years ago. And tell you a little bit about why we started that and what it's about. So like Lisa Orr mentioned, my name is Leslie Davila, and I am a Spanish professor in the World Languages Department here since 2019. And in 2021, I believe, or 2022, I can't remember now, I wanted to bring forth this Inspiring Women recognition to acknowledge the women today, in the present, contemporary women walking the hallways, the campus here at LAC and PCC, who are already making an impact in our community, in our society, and who should be recognized for the changes, the many revolutionary acts and processes that they are bringing forth to our community. So in light of that, I decided to, okay, how can we acknowledge them? How can we celebrate them? Hence the Inspiring Women of LBCC recognition. I don't think we call it award, we call it just recognition. And in spring 2022, we were able to celebrate 3 women who were selected for meeting the criteria based on the theme, providing healing and promoting hope. We go off of the national theme for Women's History Month in 2023. 3 honorees were chosen for the theme Women Who Tell Their Stories and Elevate Other Women. And in 2024, we look forward to receiving and reading nominations for women who meet the criteria for this year's national theme, which is Women Who Advocate for Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion. Now, by collaborating with Ms. Brianna Pinkerton, Professor Anjali Francois, and Dr. Eric Becerra, we began something special, a way to recognize but also highlight the many efforts that these women have brought forth to, again, our community, our campus. In addition, these inspiring women can be students, staff, faculty, administrators, all roles right across our campus. Now, in addition to the college-wide recognition that we see sometimes in emails that we do towards the end of the month, we've also been able to, since last year, celebrate by giving them a medal and inviting them to an intimate luncheon later in the spring semester so that we can fill the room with fellow women who are inspiring, who we can create allies, communicate, connect with, and so forth. So it was nice to have done that last year, and we look forward to doing that again this year, later this term. So thank you again for allowing us some time to share a little bit about what we're doing for this Women's History Month.
Thank you very much. Would anyone else like to speak?
I'll briefly say hi, good evening, everyone. Melissa Infusino. I was thrilled this year with the theme, which is Women and Work, as the Director of Workforce, or the Interim Vice President of Workforce and Economic Development. It was really a special one to me to be able to really highlight and see being highlighted the women within our own institution who are incredible workers, incredible counselors, faculty, our classified staff who are dedicated to our students through and through. So I want to celebrate them as well as everybody externally who's historically been a leader and visionary for women. So it's a great choice this year.
Happy Women's History Month, President Malauulu and trustees. My name is Alana Grant, and I am the City Equity Officer for the City of Long Beach. I have the honor of leading the Office of Equity, and our team is dedicated to disrupting systems of inequity, creating an accessible, inclusive, and just city. Recently, we led the community engagement efforts to establish the city's first ever commission for women and girls. And our team will be responsible for supporting the commission's activities, which aim to promote equal rights, equity, social justice, representation, and opportunities for all regarding gender, while specifically serving women and girls who live and work in our city. This multi-year effort was made possible thanks to Councilmember Renee Simon's vision back in 1975, advocacy from the Human Relations Commission, support and direction from the Long Beach City Council in 2021, the fierce leadership of our community advisory team, and input of hundreds of women and girls from Long Beach, representing every zip code. While I stand before you tonight as one woman receiving this recognition, I just acknowledge that the Commission for Women and Girls is the legacy work of many, many giants. So thank you for having me, and I look forward to opportunities to work with you all in the future.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. If it's okay with you, because we would like to take a photo, but to keep the agenda moving, I'd like to move on to the next two items. That way, when the board goes down to take photos with each group, we don't come up, go down, come up, go down. If that's all right with you? Okay, we appreciate it. Thank you very much. We're all very grateful that you're here. And if you just give us a few more minutes, we'll take a large group photo with for this agenda item. So we're gonna move on to item 3.2 on the agenda, which is a resolution recognizing Public Awareness Month. Public Health, excuse me, sorry. Recognizing Public Health Awareness Month. I see both of the typos there. All right, so I need a motion and a second.
So moved. So moved. Second.
I have a motion by Trustee Baxter, second by Trustee Zia, that the Board of Trustees adopt, I'm sorry, I apologize, Trustee Chico. That is my bad, I knew it was Trustee Chico. That the Board of Trustees adopt Resolution 031324B in recognition of Public Health Professionals, Public Health Awareness Month. Sorry, if you saw my agenda right now, you'd know why I'm going back and forth. As submitted. Madam Secretary, we'll take a roll call vote, please.
Student Trustee Manetta,
Aye.
Virginia Baxter,
Aye.
Herlinda Chico,
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu,
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk, Sunny Zia.
Aye.
Motion carries. And do we have anyone here for item 3.2? All right, come on up. Randy Totorp, I believe. There you go.
Thank you, members of the board, Board President Malauulu, Superintendent President Dr. Munoz, for championing and passing the resolution recognizing April as Public Health Awareness Month. We probably should recognize and honor public health professionals too, but thank you for passing this resolution. LBCC will now officially be part of a national effort to bring public health awareness to our campus community, develop key relationships, and strengthen our collective focus on diversity, equity, and inclusion. My name is Randy Tutorp, and I'm the Dean of Kinesiology, Public Health, and Athletics. Most people identify me with athletics. However, I am very proud to be here tonight to represent and support our outstanding public health department and faculty. I want to take a moment to acknowledge LBCC full-time faculty Grace Picorni, who's here with me, Jennifer Musick, who's not, and Frank Henry Allah. I'm very proud, I want to highlight and very proud of a portion of the work that they've been doing. Officially, the department moved from health education to public health as a department. LBCC was one of the first colleges in the region to offer a public health associate's in science for transfer degree. Over the last year, student interest has spiked with public health majors increasing by 50%. Spring 2024, we are offering our first dual enrollment course at McBride High School for their health medical pathway, which is McBride's first dual enrollment offering on campus. In response to the growing workforce needs, the LBCC Public Health Program is currently in the process of developing 2 new certificates of achievements with the goal to begin offering in the 25-26 academic year, and they are Health Education and Promotion and Community Health Worker, along with 5 new courses, including 2 new CTE courses. As this were not enough, we've been quite busy developing active collaborative partnerships with the intent to help facilitate transfer, academic, and career success for underrepresented students. We have programs like the LINKS program. This is leveraging interdisciplinary nutritional knowledge, a 3-year grant program between LBCC, CSULB, and CSU Fullerton. LBCC students have successfully received 1 year free tuition, CSU mentoring, and paid summer internships. Another program, CYLC, California Youth Leadership Corps. This is a fellowship providing $131,000 to support education and career pathways. As you all know about ASU Local, we've been partnering with ASU Local for a university pathway. We are actually hosting our next department meeting at their local site here on campus, looking to strengthen the relationship and partnership for both kinesiology and public health. And then very proud to acknowledge the work last year between Charles Drew University and LBCC. This partnership is with an HBCU, again, strengthening transfer pathways with an MOU that has created a guaranteed admission for our students, is providing internal and external program collaboration, and then excitingly, a $1,500 scholarship to every student that decides to go to Charles Drew University. And I gotta give a big thank you to my boss who teed this up for me and wanted to see this to come fruition. Dr. Lee Douglas, thank you for your vision and support on that. Finally, I'm gonna bring up Grace to talk about our public health event.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for your support. I wanted to take a moment. I'm going to go out of script for a moment, and I just have to take the opportunity to say that when public health first came to California, regardless of what other colleges say, we were definitely the first one to jump on the bandwagon to get our program through, to be the first to offer it at Long Beach City College. And I spent many hours looking at all the colleges, and we were definitely the first. So I'm so proud of that. And shortly thereafter that we had received that news, I still remember it was fall of 2019, getting an email from Superintendent President Dr. Munoz, just congratulating us, saying that, voicing your support, your enthusiasm, and I kept that email, and thank you so much for sending that email to us, because it really meant a lot to us to know that we're gonna do this, we're gonna create a grassroots effort, and we're gonna go big, and we are definitely going big, and just your acknowledgement of Public Health Awareness Month is such a testament of what we're trying to do. So thank you so much. It's great to see Melissa with all the workforce development, all the advice you've given us just to help us, to support us. So thank you all so very, very much. It really does mean a lot. I'll be quick. We do have an event to celebrate public health on Wednesday, April 24th. Generally, National Public Health Week always falls on the week of spring recess, so we decided to postpone and make it towards the end. It's going to be at the Nordic Lounge between 10 and 2. We will have a career panel. Dr. Ashanti Carter, who is with Charles Drew University, will be coming to host the panel for us. And Director Allison King, who is the director of the Long Beach Department of Health and Human Services, will also be attending to act on our behalf. We have several others coming, Cal State Long Beach and ASU Local, who we're very excited about, have all voiced their support. And lately, we just found out that McBride and Soto, I think, are also wanting to bring a busload of their kids to come and be a part of this. So like I said, it's getting bigger and bigger, and we're so enthusiastic. But I'll leave flyers for anyone over there, and if you're interested, please come by, please celebrate with us, and thank you once again for your support.
Thank you so much. And if the two of you wouldn't mind waiting a little bit, then we'll take a photo with the resolution once we handle the next agenda item. Did we vote this one? Yep.
Yeah, it's
We
right there.
voted.
It's right
Yeah,
there.
is there any discussion on this item, or did we? Okay, Trustee Chico?
Sorry. I just want to say thank you so much for the work that you're doing around public health, because working for the county for the last 6 years, I know how crucial public health is, how it's being elevated, and how we're seeing such a need to fill positions. And so the fact that we're at the forefront, I also want to thank Grace for claiming it, like, oh no, we were the first. And I love that. And I think that we need to embrace that and tout that as well. So thank you for your hard work and your vision.
Anyone else? Okay, we're going to move on to item 3.3 on the agenda, which is a resolution honoring Cesar Chavez Day. I need a motion and a second.
So moved.
Second.
We've got a motion by Trustee Untuck, second by Trustee Chico, that the Board of Trustees adopt Resolution 031324C in recognition of the Cesar Chavez Day as submitted. Again, we do have the resolutions, all of the resolutions attached on the public agenda for the benefit of the public. Madam Secretary, roll call vote, please.
Student Trustee Manetta,
Aye.
Virginia Baxter,
Aye.
Herlinda Chico,
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu,
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk,
Aye.
Sunny Zia.
Aye.
Motion carries. Do we have any discussion on this item? Trustee Chico?
Again, this is a really important recognition, something that we just recently, I think last year was the first time that we recognized Cesar Chavez Day, which was incredibly important. As a person who comes from people who've worked on farms, my grandfather, with his family at the age of 5, started picking dates. The importance around protecting workers and their rights and their safety was huge around Cesar Chavez. And while we celebrate Cesar Chavez, we also have to look at Dolores Huerta and everything she did to contribute to it, and probably doing it while also delivering babies. So just wanted to add that and make sure she was included.
Thank you. Trustee Untuck?
Yeah, thank you. I also want to speak in favor and just thankful that we're recognizing Cesar Chavez Day. I've worked in different government agencies that don't all necessarily recognize it. This is the second year we're recognizing it because it's a partnership with our labor organizations. We had to go through the collective bargaining and update contracts to be able to, hey, take the day off. April 1st will be a holiday. And I know it's sometimes very difficult for making new holidays, whether it was Dr. King's Day or other recognized federal and state holidays. It's finally got implemented here recently. And I just share, I lived in the Central Valley for several years and got to work with the Dolores Huerta Foundation and UFCW and go to Keene, where Cesar Chavez's grave is. And they have a museum there and a visitor center. And it's just the history and interconnectivity. And we think about, farm workers, but the work that Cesar did built on the work of Dr. King and built on the work of Gandhi and just globally recognized. And so many people from around the world would come to Keene and have celebrations and speak to the history of what Cesar and Dolores did together. And so I just wanted to say, I'm happy we're recognizing. Thank you to our labor partners. And April 1st is our day off here on campus for staff and students for Cesar Chavez Day.
Anyone else? So I would also like to make a few comments, but I'm going to take some personal privilege here because I understand Cesar Chavez and the history, and we do have some Spanish-speaking guests. Les quiero agradecer profundamente por estar acá con nosotros. Y este día que nosotros estamos brindando y honorando todos los servicios que ustedes hacen en la comunidad, no solamente por las organizaciones que ustedes representan, pero también por todas las organizaciones que han sido representadas durante muchos, muchos años. Toda la comunidad de acá del colegio y la comunidad de la ciudad les agradece mucho porque sabemos que ese trabajo no es fácil. Ese trabajo es demasiado difícil, pero ustedes en sus espaldas cargas un movimiento muy fuerte, muy duro y tienes a mucha gente que los apoyan y nosotros también. Les queremos agradecer mucho por estar acá y ahora nos vamos a tomar una foto. Gracias. So basically what I said was what you two said. Thank you very much for your help and your support. And now that the motion has passed, let's have the Women's History Committee come up first and take that photo. And then, oh yes, I'm sorry, I apologize. Yes, I'm sorry. We do have some guests that are gonna speak. That's my bad. So I think we have Jessica Quintana from Centro Cha, Marta Cota, Latinos in Action, and I don't know if anyone else would like to come up. Yes,
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you for the inclusion, and we are so proud and honored to be here today to celebrate Cesar Chavez, who is a well-known labor leader and a civil rights activist. And so here today we have our promotoras who work out of Cesar Chavez Park. Centro Cha has an agreement with the city of Long Beach, and we activate Cesar Chavez Park to be that education space to do workforce development, job training, but more importantly, doing education and outreach to our communities who are most underserved and who have challenges of language access and literacy. So our promotoras, they work very hard. They're here, they're there, they can stand up. They're shy, they're like, oh, what do we do? Do we come up here? And so every day you will see our women, our brave women in the community knocking on doors, phone banking, trying to connect folks to resources for medical access, COVID-19. They are doing health equity. They are providing information and resources for people to connect to benefits, to services, to food security, to rental assistance. They're working on campaigns for the state of California for water conservation, for ITIN numbers. So recently, we are honoring Cesar Chavez. Every year, we do the largest citizenship workshop at Cesar Chavez Park. That will be on March 23rd. We are also hosting an ITIN information workshop for those vendors and workers who really need that support to be able to do their tax IDs and vend in our community in a safe and upward mobility with their economic inclusion in our city. So we're very proud that a lot of things are moving forward. We thank the Board of Trustees, our President Munoz, very happy with this leadership. You guys are rocking here at Long Beach City College. And so, you know, we just need to continue to have this community partnership. I know with Melissa, we've been doing some great workforce development and job training. We just finished our English language learners healthcare course and looking forward to continuing that in our ESL and civics classes. Continue with our, oh my gosh, I can't see it. With Lee. I want to say your last name, Lee. I didn't want to say your first name. With Lee, who has really started us here at the campus with civics and ESL classes, because we are funded by the state of California to do immigration services. And so what was missing is we didn't have the civics and ESL classes. So Lee and Melissa came and said, look, we're going to institute those. So we instituted ESL and civics classes, did courses in the community. So we're doing a lot to, together, and so we want to continue that work. But we are so proud to be here in honor of Cesar Chavez. You all may not know this, I know because I look so young, but I had the opportunity to march with Cesar Chavez when he came to Long Beach. And one of his plights that he was coming from Delano all the way to LA to Long Beach, and we met him here in the West Long Beach and marched with him to Wilmington. It's something I'll never forget as a young person. I'm sure it instilled a lot of my leadership and my values, but I did that under Centro de la Raza, under when Armando Vasquez used to be the president of one of the first centros that was instituted in Long Beach. So big history, but thank you again. I don't know if our promotoras will want to say something, Marta, but thank you. We are very proud and honored. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jessica.
I have my speech in English, but I think I want to speak in Spanish. Okay. La primera cosa, quiero darle gracias al Board of Trustees, y ya saben a todos los que conozco, para no decir los nombres. Mi nombre es Marta Cota y represento Latinos in Action California. Soy la fundadora y directora ejecutiva. Y pues ven como todo lo que trabaja Jessica con Centro Cha. Tenemos mucho en común porque colaboramos igual con las promotoras y con otros programas. Pero algo muy importante es que también Long Beach City College ha apoyado a Latinos in Action por muchos años. Tenemos muchos años con esta colaboración, pero ahora tenemos un centro, gracias a Dios, un centro donde estamos llevando diferentes programas de música, de arte, para emprendedores, lo que es clases para los niños, programas para los jóvenes. Tenemos tantos programas corriendo ahorita. Entonces también tenemos el programa de los jóvenes, que es un programa de empoderamiento para ellos. Y sabe, doctor Muñoz, también doctor Corral, que no está aquí, cómo han apoyado por medio de ustedes, los trustees, para que nosotros pudiéramos tener todos estos programas en el campus de PCC, ¿verdad? Entonces, queremos seguir la colaboración, queremos seguir teniendo esa unidad para que no nomás los jóvenes, sino también los padres que quieren venir a aprender inglés, los padres que quieren tomar una carrera, tengan esa oportunidad. Así es que nuestro centro está abierto para que Long Beach City College pueda apoyar a nuestro local a que estos programas sean mejor, con mejor número de personas acudiendo, ¿verdad? Teniendo esa capacidad con el apoyo de ustedes. Como saben, también tenemos la Conferencia de la Mujer Latina, que ya pronto llega. Tenemos el programa de Cafecito con Pan, que es el Parent Action Network, y es para empoderar a los padres a que conozcan el sistema educativo, cómo funciona, cómo va, cómo corre, y cómo como padres podemos llevar a nuestros hijos a la universidad, a Long Beach City College. Aquí trabaja mi hija, me estoy muy orgullosa que ella trabaja en Long Beach City College, y pues mis hijos han salido del distrito escolar de Long Beach y han venido también, ¿verdad?, a estudiar aquí. Tenemos también las reuniones comunitarias donde están abiertas para ustedes a que vengan a decirle a la comunidad todo lo que ustedes ofrecen. Tenemos un sinfín de programas, y pues las promotoras principalmente, ¿verdad?, que es la llave para que nuestras organizaciones puedan tener ese alcance con la comunidad, con los jóvenes. Y más que nada, lo que estamos trabajando es la prevención del crimen, la prevención de que los jóvenes lleguen a estar en situaciones difíciles. Y este lugar, créanme que los programas se terminan a las 6, 7 de la noche y yo salgo a las 9, porque ellos se quedan ahí en el centro, saben que están seguros y son bienvenidos. Gracias.
Muchas gracias. ¿Alguien más?
Yes, we have one more. One of our promotoras, Lilia Campo.
Hola, buenas tardes. Primero que nada, quiero agradecer el reconocimiento de la señora Vivian Malauulu por hablarnos en nuestro idioma y felicitarnos y agradecernos. Enseguida, pues, hablar de nuestro trabajo de promotoras, como ya mencionó la señora Jessica, hemos hecho durante la pandemia, ¿verdad? Fuimos el puente de comunicación entre la comunidad y los servicios que se ofrecían para invitar a las personas para que vinieran a vacunarse y además ofrecer recursos que en ese momento pues eran muy necesarios. Y últimamente pues también hacemos alcance comunitario a través de llamadas, a través de tocar puertas, a través de ir a los diferentes lugares donde se reúnen las personas o donde hay acceso, ¿verdad?, para promover los diferentes programas que tenemos y pues así seguir conectando la comunidad con los servicios que Centro Cha ofrece y pues promover, ¿verdad?, que haya menos confusión, que haya más personas que puedan aprovechar los servicios que se ofrecen y así beneficiarse como de ciudadanía, de ITIN, y más servicios que tenemos. Pues gracias por escucharme.
Muchas gracias.
And just one more, and last but not least, so, you know, I may be the director of the program, but we all know who does the hard work is our managers, right? So I have a very special person here who has her master's in public health at her very young age, grew up in Long Beach, born and raised. She leads all these efforts at Cesar Chavez Park. And I'd like to introduce Ariana Saragun. You got to keep an eye on this girl, man. I'm telling you, she's going to be the next leader in our city council. So when she gets ready to run, for sure, she'll be one of those seats.
Hi, good evening, Board of Trustees. Just would like to thank you for the resolution of Cesar Chavez. As we know, as he was an advocate for the farm workers, and I myself, I'm very grateful and honored to lead these wonderful promotoras and being advocates for the community, leaders of their own communities, and really addressing those social determinants of health, right? Connecting communities that need all these services and resources, and they're like leading these efforts. And without them, we wouldn't be making these connections and really helping out our underserved communities across the city of Long Beach. For me, it's really great to see that, these opportunities that we provide them, they're growing, they're really grateful. They're like, thank you so much for allowing us the space to even be here, right, in front of you all. Some of them would have never been here. So we do appreciate the resolution for Cesar Chavez, appreciate the time and space for giving us to be here today. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. So since you're already standing, we're going to go ahead and get the photo with you, and then we'll get the Women's Committee, and then we'll get the Public Health.
President Malauulu, can I also add, I overlooked including Larry Itliong, who is our Filipino brother that absolutely helped Cesar Chavez in our fight too. So I just want to put that in the record. Thanks.
Yes, we have one more item in this section, 3.4. It is a resolution, board member absence. I do need a motion and a second. That, go ahead.
I just wanted to make the motion, sorry. I thought you called it.
Go ahead.
I'll make the motion.
I need a second.
Second.
I have a motion by trustee Zia, second by trustee Baxter, that the Board of Trustees adopt resolutions 030324D, authorizing compensation to board member Herlinda Chico for the meeting of February 21st, 2024, from which she was absent as submitted. I have to continue reading. The California Education Code Section 72024D provides that a member may be paid for any meeting when absent if the board, by resolution, duly adopted and included in its minutes, finds that at the time of the meeting, he or she is performing services outside of the meeting for the community college district, he or she was ill or on jury duty, or the absence was due to a hardship deemed acceptable by the board. The compensation shall be a charge against the funds of the district. I do have a motion and a second. Madam Secretary, is there discussion? Sorry, I apologize, I jumped around a little bit. Okay, Madam Secretary, roll call vote.
Student trustee Mineta,
Aye.
Virginia Baxter,
Aye.
Herlinda Chico,
Abstain.
Vivian Malauulu,
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk, Sunny Zia.
Aye.
Motion carries. Madam Secretary, can you clarify if the student trustee was supposed to vote on that or not?
Yeah,
Okay, all right, thank you.
I
Just
believe
wanna
it was
make sure.
okay. Yeah,
Just want to
it's
make sure.
advisory.
Thank you. All right, we're moving on to section 4 on the agenda, standing reports, item 4.1, ASB President, Coco Dobart. Come on up, Coco.
Good evening, everyone. All right, so as for my report, I'm proud to announce that ASB recently voted in several new representatives last week, including our rep of evening students, our rep of success and equity, our secretary, and our rep of arts, which are all key essential roles in our cabinet, so we're excited to welcome them. The ASB president, oh, that's me, okay. Myself and the student trustee, Emma, spoke at the State of the College with a special emphasis on the continuous work we've been doing throughout the year for student equity and goal fulfillment. We were happy to share that with everybody. Furthermore, the trustee and myself also attended the women's softball game last Friday for Women's History Month. It was awesome. We were there to support female athletes and leaders on campus. In addition, the president, myself, it's third person. Myself, Emma, and our VP of Legislative Affairs will also be leaving for the General Assembly during the week of spring break to represent the college in Santa Clara for the Student Senate General Assembly. And finally, our Women's Month movie screening of Barbie is March 20th at 12 in the Nordic Lounge. And that's my report. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Coco. We're going to move on to item 4.2, our student trustee report, Emma Mineta.
Thank you. Good evening. I would like to begin by referencing last board meeting when I gave a report regarding NEX, a trans Native youth who had been murdered in Oklahoma while school is in session in their high school bathroom. And following that report, I had a conversation with our Dean of Student Affairs, Dean Deborah Miller-Calvert, and we will be having a peacemaking circle that will be offered, and a closed peacemaking circle for our queer space and Native Indigenous students here on campus on March 19th. I also met today with our ASB president, Coco Dobart, and a VP of Academic Affairs, VP Douglas, and talked about reaching out to community members who may be interested in or encouraged to apply to be faculty members on campus to increase our Native applicant pool, especially for instructors. And I also met with the Undocumented Club, our student club on campus, and we had a discussion about what a dream center would look like on campus, and how students, incoming students and our undocumented students now can be supported on campus moving forward. And then 2 cabinet meetings ago, we had a presentation on proposed policing models and updated police contract on campus at LBCC. And based on the report, the presentation, ASB Cabinet then had a discussion surrounding what was presented to us and decided that we wanted to get student feedback. And so myself and our ASB president moved forward and met with our different student groups on campus, which was the Native American Indigenous Student Collaborative, the Anthropology Club, and Umoja. And we gathered their questions, their comments, their concerns. And so I look forward to asking these questions today and getting those answers for our students, as well as sharing their feedback with the board. Additionally, my mind is blinking a little bit. Yes, I think that's it, yeah. So yeah, I look forward to sharing that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're going to move on to item 4.3. This is our Academic Senate President Report. Dr. Jerome Hunt is not here, but we have a wonderful sub here in his place. Christine Charles, take it away.
Hello, everybody. Filling in as here, so I'm Academic Senate Assistant President. Good evening, Board President Malauulu, Superintendent President Munoz, distinguished board members and colleagues. Tonight, I will be giving the report on behalf of Dr. Jerome Hunt, who is attending the National Conference of Black Political Scientists annual meeting and serving as the program co-chair for the meeting this year. He would like to thank the district for its sponsorship of the annual meeting. Through this sponsorship, 4 students will be able to experience a professional conference for the first time. I have a few updates to share. Honors update. The LBCC students who have been chosen to present at this year's Honor Transfer Council of California Research Conference, which will be held at UC Riverside on April 20th, will be holding a local research conference in the Bistro on April 12th from 10 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. Online education update. The 8-week course design work group is currently collaborating with the LBCC Peer Online Course Review, or POCR team, and Online Education Committee to develop comprehensive recommendations, bless you, and best practices for instructors teaching 8-week courses. Resources are being vetted by these groups and should be available to faculty at large in April 2024, along with a workshop series specific to the 8-week term length, so faculty are adequately prepared for the college movement to offer more short-term courses. Student equity update. The first one, the mini grant application, has closed, and we have 25 submissions. The total funding is $50,000. The award range is between $100,000 and $5,000. The committee is in the process of reviewing and ranking the equity mini grants, which will be completed by mid-April, and awardees will be notified by mid-May. Secondly, and lastly, we have met with leads and collaborators for the activities in the Student Equity Plan. Leads will submit progress on their activities that meet one of the following criteria: successful enrollment, focusing on Indigenous populations, successful completion in transfer level math and English, retention from first to second semester, transfer, and completion. That of course, I'd mess up the last line. That concludes the Academic Senate report. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Christine. Now we're going to item 4.4, Classified Senate President Report. Benjamin Chase.
Thank you. Good evening, Viking family. For the board members, you have in front of you the PowerPoint presentation that we'll actually unveil on Friday at the PCC campus for our in-person meeting. So I just wanted to share a few things. Honoring Irish American Heritage Month, the U.S. Congress designated March as Irish American Heritage Month in 1991. So today I just wanted to celebrate a few of those things that are important to me and some of our other colleagues at the college for it. It's a time to celebrate and honor our connections to the past, present, and future. That is possible thanks to our family and the roles that they have played in our lives and the impacts they have had on us and the traditions and family values they instilled in us for us. Part of the thing, we reached out to our classified community and asked them to return some results on Irish or Irish American favorites. So we asked about favorite foods, favorite traditions, blessings, sayings, recipe, music, and songs. I wanted to focus a couple on food, because who doesn't like food for it? Big thing that came back was Irish stew with a pint of Guinness for it. So anyone that's had Irish stew knows that is one of the things that you actually put in the stew for it. It's what makes it better, and you may have a little while you're making the stew for it. Yes, for it. One of my favorite responses that I got about a favorite tradition is dodging my children's attempts at pinching me because I forget to wear green on St. Patrick's Day. So I forgot about that because it's back to the elementary school days for it. So it was really cool to see that. One of the things that came back was about their favorite blessing or saying. One of the things Irish folks are known for is having some verbose words, but I'll use a smaller one here today. May the road rise up to meet you. May the wind be always at your back. May the sun shine warm upon your face. The rains fall soft upon your fields. And until we meet again, may God hold you in the palm of his hand for it. So I was appreciative that they shared that. At the meeting, and I'll send to you guys as well, there's some hyperlinks for some of the recipes that they had for things to experience for it. Celebrating Women's History Month, I wanted to highlight the fantastic women of financial aid that got to be acknowledged at the State of the College for it, the awesome women of the Classified Senate Council that I get to work with, and part of our Women's History Month celebration where we got to see Emma, Coco, Vivian out on the field being celebrated and throwing out the first pitch for it. Love that. In the photo you see, there's a picture and the name for my folks. And again, if you come to the meeting on Friday, my classified colleagues will get the information. I just wanted to say the names of my Classified Senate Council: Sharon, Latanya, Grace, Gina, Ariane, Cece. Not pictured in there are Stephanie, Eva, Brenda, and Kim with the pronouns of they and them. Really appreciating, again, and Dr. Munoz and I have talked about this often, having touch point opportunities where we meet and mingle together amongst us, where it's just a fun atmosphere. It's not a planned out program, but the softball game was an awesome culmination for that. So Deborah and her team and Student Equity for it, I really appreciate that. And Melissa for the committee overseeing that and making sure that we did that kind of event was awesome for it and timely for it. Plus I got to wear my LBCC swag baseball jersey. So I love that. Today is National Good Samaritan Day. National Good Samaritan Day reminds us to help those in need by showing kindness and compassion, whether a small act that seems inconsequential or something big that means life or death. Selfless acts of compassion help make the world a better place and strengthen human bonds. We reached out to our community and asked them to nominate some folks for their Viking spirit of a culture of care. The individuals that you see pictured on the form in front of you are Stephanie Schultz, Faculty Professional Development, Andrew Chavez from Information Technology Services, Ashley Williams from the School of Applied Technology and Culinary Arts. We had a special thing for Doris May. Doris supports the homeless students with their personal care needs and goes the extra step to take care of the building she works in, always looking for a way to make a positive impact at the college. She's known for her welcoming smile and care for her colleagues by going above and beyond, and she's always available for a great hug for it. And I love that of Doris. She's a smiling face at 8 o'clock in the morning for us regularly for it. Renee Hoyo from COSA, acknowledge him as well. You get more information. And I'm going to take my last 30 seconds to talk about a colleague that means a great deal to me. Maggie Huerta has always gone above and beyond for her fellow colleagues. She provides a strong presence and resource for all questions that come up within our financial aid system and the process to get to the answer that we need. Maggie showcases an enduring nature as a selfless and supportive colleague who would rather give praise and adulation than receive it. So this is my time to share out with her. She didn't know there's a picture in there of her today. We took that today for it because we want to have a good photo for her. Thank you all, and celebrate the season. May you live as long as you want and never want as long as you live. Thank you.
Thank you, and I got the green on for you, so I got you covered. All right, we're going to move on to item 4.5 on the agenda, which is the LBCCFA Bargaining President Report, Suzanne Engelhardt. All right, item 4.6, AFT Bargaining President Report, Robert Remeda.
Good Good evening, President Malauulu, Superintendent Munoz, esteemed board members, everybody on the dais. Thank you for letting me speak to you today. I'm going to cover a few areas that I normally wouldn't, but I want to start off with that beautiful mural that we just accomplished and had a great ceremony for this week. It was an amazing thing, and it brought the community together. The committee that set that up, which is a group of a whole bunch of employees at the college, did an amazing job bringing that kind of event together, and I think it needs to be highlighted and shine because I think they did a really amazing job. I hear they're going to have another one starting soon at PCC, so we'll have more murals and more artwork on campus, which is part of our culture, and it's going to grow as time goes on. I also want to point out some of the changes on campus lately. Our media department's been doing a whole campaign. We have new banners around campus trying to make the place, brighten our programs and bring out, parts of our students and highlight our programs. The grounds department is working overly hard, though they're shorthanded because of CHIP, that they've been pushing really hard lately. Even shorthanded, they're trimming their trees. The whole campus is getting a new look. We've got new ground covers going in, projects all over us changing. I know it's part of CHIP's leadership that's happening, but you can't give them all the credit. The guys do all the hard work. We have so many people that during this semester, it's been going so well as far as I'm aware, and they're all giving their best for their students and trying to make this a great spring semester. And so we're looking forward to continuing, and we want to thank you for all your leadership and guidance. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Item 4.7, the CHI, Certificated Hourly Instructors Bargaining President Report, Crystal Huckabee. All right, we're going to move on to section 5 on the agenda, Superintendent President Report, item 5.1.
Thank you, Board President Malauulu. Good evening, Board of Trustees, campus community. It is my great pleasure to give my report for the month of March. So let's start off by just saying Happy Women's History Month. The room was packed at our kickoff on March 6th. We had not one, but two dynamic keynote speakers that day. We had Robin Thorne, the CEO and founder of Demo Chicks, and Danielle Boyer, founder of the STEM Connection. There are still several more Women's History Month events to come, including the free screening of the blockbuster Academy Award-winning movie Barbie. You can find more info at lbcc.edu. This past weekend, I was the pre-conference keynote speaker at the National Association of Student Personnel Administrators, otherwise known as NASPA, conference in Seattle. This is the premier student affairs organization, and it has about over 6,000 attendees each year. So it was a real honor to be able to speak about the work that we're doing here at Long Beach City College and moving beyond kind of the rhetoric of what it means to be a Hispanic serving institution and really talking about what it means to be Latina, Latino, Latinx thriving institutions. Last week, the annual Housing California Conference took place right here in Long Beach. This conference brought together a diverse, multi-sector network that focuses on preventing and ending homelessness. Attendees were invited to visit student housing projects at LBCC, Cerritos College, and Orange Coast College. The tour ended here at LBCC with our very own trustee Intuck and I participating in a panel discussion about our current and future student housing plans, funding mechanisms, and public-private partnerships. Yesterday was really, I think, a historic day for the college. The campus community came together to celebrate the beautiful unveiling of our new mural on the east side wall of the M building. The mural, entitled Yesterday, Today, and Tomorrow, is the work of the world-renowned Chicano artist Paul Boteo. This is also the first project completed by the college's new Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, Accessibility Public Art Advisory Group. I want to thank the group again for their hard work and leading the process to identify and select the final mural that was unveiled, as well as working to engage our students in this process. I will tell you, we're almost a 100-year-old college, and this is the very first mural we have on any of our exterior buildings. I shared yesterday at the event a story. I remember when I transferred to UC Irvine. Like many of us, when we transferred to 4 universities as community college students, I was feeling a lot of imposter syndrome. I was going into what they call in the literature transfer shock. I was adjusting from semester to quarter system. And I just was really questioning whether or not I belonged there. And I remember I was walking kind of aimlessly, and I ended up sitting down on a bench in front of a mural at UC Irvine, and it was a mural of Cesar Chavez. And it was the first time that I ever saw any public art on a college campus, or even on a high school or middle school or elementary school campus through my whole educational journey. That was art that reflected someone from my own community. And, we talk about representation mattering. And I remember it gave me a sense of peace, and it felt like, I do belong here. And it was something that I filed in my memory bank and just never really thought about again. Until about a year and a half ago, when we got our survey results from one of our student climate surveys, one of the data points that we saw was that students reported that they didn't feel like our buildings and our walls communicated that they mattered or belonged. I think we all agree we have beautiful architecture on the outside, but if you walk through our hallways and you walk through some of the buildings, they can feel a little cold. And so we really thought about what does it look like to bring art into these spaces, so that knowing that the walls speak to our students, and if our walls are gonna speak, what do we want them to communicate? So at the center of the mural is a beautiful Tongva woman, and it speaks to the roots of the tree going into the land, and it's really awesome, and I love the representation and inclusion, and I even have to say, as someone that loves their fur children, I just love that the artist, because he spent time on campus, included the 2 fur babies in there being walked on campus, because I know that is something I know we're not supposed to like it, Chip, so don't get mad at me, but I love seeing people walk through campus with their dogs. It always puts a smile on my face, even though I know I'm like, technically they're not supposed to, and they're violating some board policy, but nevertheless, I love that he captured that as well. So I'm just really proud of this work, and thank you to the team and the leadership and the student leaders that made this possible. Lastly, I would like to thank everyone who attended the annual State of the College. So many members of our campus community came together to make this event a successful event again this year. We had probably close to 600 people in the audience, and we had, I think, the highest turnout of our elected officials. I mean, we had Congressman Alan Lowenthal, we had Mayor Rex Richardson, we had Senator Lena Gonzalez, we had Assembly Member Alan Lowenthal, or excuse me, Josh Lowenthal. I mean, we had just an amazing group of folks, and of course, I said Lena, right? Did I say Lena? Okay. Our amazing Board of Trustees, and we're gonna, it was a really wonderful event, and the students were showcased, our faculty were showcased, our financial aid team was showcased, and so it was just, I thought, a really wonderful event. And so thank you for everyone. A special shout out to Carl Kemp, Stacy, Jerome, Brad, Gabby. I'm rambling off names. The folks on Jay and facilities and everybody, just our team in the auditorium that kind of handles all the lighting, and it was just a real great honor to see everyone work together. And just last but not least, I really want to commend and acknowledge Board President Malauulu. She did the initial welcome, and then I had the honor of having her introduce me. But if you haven't seen the video, you should watch it. Your remarks were really beautiful, and you shared a lot about your journey. And I had so many students as well as colleagues come up and say, it really meant a lot to hear you speak from the heart that way. So thank you for sharing your light with us. And that concludes my report.
Thank you very much, Dr. Munoz, for another great report. We're going to move on to section 6 on the agenda. These are presentations. We do have 2. Item 6.1 is a sabbatical. Natalie Burgess.
Yes.
Come on up. This is, I'm going to toss this over to Dr. Lee Douglas there, who will do the introduction. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Board President Malauulu, Superintendent President Munoz, distinguished members of the board and LBCC family. This evening, I have the pleasure of introducing Professor Natalie Burgess. Professor Burgess has served as a professor in the English department since 2005. She's been in the Creative Writing Program chair since 2008. She earned a BA in English Literature from UC Irvine, go Anteaters. Earned an MA in English Literature and MFA in Creative Writing from Chapman University. I believe that they're the Panthers. I did some research tonight. She teaches composition, creative writing, and literature courses in the English department. Among many other accomplishments, Professor Burgess serves as a mentor for the Long Beach Literary Women Emerging Writer Scholarship. She's a wife, a mother of 2, and a cancer survivor. This evening, she'll be presenting her sabbatical report of her memoir entitled Beautiful Gift. Welcome, Professor Burgess. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Board of Trustees. This is a very proud moment for me. It's also going to be very emotional, so I can already feel myself tearing up, so please bear with me. My purpose for seeking a sabbatical was to complete a publishable manuscript of my creative nonfiction book, Beautiful Gift. In my 15 years at Long Beach City College, I have consistently taught composition and creative writing courses, but my passion lies in creative writing. When I attended the 2019 Literary Women Conference as a mentor to aspiring Long Beach City College student, poet Caitlin Manoogian, Attica Locke, the author of Bluebird, Bluebird, made a comment in her lecture that struck me to the core. She was discussing her recent birthday and how American women in particular are squeamish about age. She said, "It is a privilege to age." I could not get her words out of my head. Every year that I attend Literary Women, I'm inspired to get back to my writing, and Ms. Locke's words compelled me to return to a project that I had abandoned. Telling our stories is an integral part of what it means to be human. As a faculty member in the humanities, specifically the English department, I am surrounded by stories. Stories I read and discuss with my students, stories my students write, and stories students share with me. It was time to write mine. In July of 2005, at 34 years of age, I was diagnosed with stage 3B colon cancer 5 weeks before my wedding. I elected to have surgery to remove the tumor 3 weeks before the wedding, continued on with the wedding, canceled the honeymoon, and went straight into 6 months of chemotherapy, 12 infusions. And I continued to teach 3 composition courses during this time. To date, I have completed every form of genetic testing available, and I do not carry a genetic marker for colon cancer. In essence, I was struck by lightning. Right when the life I had always envisioned for myself was about to begin, the one with a husband and a future family that I had been looking forward to for many years, my life came to an immediate halt. My life and story would never be the same. I could choose to be bitter, depressed, and resentful about this unfortunate turn of events, or I could face the music, dust myself off, and be grateful for what life has given me. I first attempted to work on this book a couple of years after my diagnosis, but physically and psychologically, it was still too close to home. The wounds were still too raw. I needed some distance and some assurance that this was a bump in the road and not the end of the road. And I'm proud to say today I'm 14 years cancer-free. My oncologist, Dr. Linder Cinder, talks about cancer being a derailment, and this is a metaphor that I use throughout the book. It's also one that connects with Long Beach City College students and the larger Long Beach City community. For novels and creative nonfiction works, the narrator needs to want something, and that want can change or shift throughout the course of the book. My want or desire is to see the glass as half full rather than half empty. This has been a lifelong challenge for me since I have faced multiple illnesses in my lifetime. Having cancer at such a young age and at such a pivotal time in my life has changed how I see the world, and in many ways, as odd as it may sound, it has been a blessing in disguise. In the words of Nietzsche, he who has a why to live for can almost bear anyhow. This is an overarching theme, better known as the through line of the book. Sometimes, even under the worst circumstances, there is something beautiful. It is also a theme with which many Long Beach City College students can relate. Being granted sabbatical leave was the gift of a lifetime. The gift of large blocks of time to hone my craft has been one of the most valuable contributions to my professional development as a writer and as an instructor of creative writing and composition courses. I would write for 2 to 3 hours in the morning, take a break, come back and edit for a couple more, read somebody else's memoir, take classes. It was fabulous. The result is what I have here, a complete manuscript of my book, Beautiful Gift. And I want you to hear this. It's 290 pages. And that's a pared down version of the draft. So it feels so good to hold in my hands. The title comes from one chapter in the book devoted to my daughter's baptism. Because the chemotherapy I endured is a hormone disruptor, my doctors could not tell me whether or not I would be able to have children. They do not have enough research for patients like me who develop colon cancer as young adults, so at best they could give me a 50-50 chance. And to date, they kind of refer to me as a walking experiment because they still don't know, as things kind of pop up. So what I'd like to do is just read that portion of the book to you so you can kind of hear my writing and kind of hear that part of the story. The stained glass inside the church reflected brilliant colored sparkles across the altar. The church was still filled with pink and periwinkle hydrangeas and white Easter lilies from the Easter service. We packed my uncle's parish with cousins, aunts, uncles, grandparents, friends, and neighbors, some of whom had traveled over an hour to share in this special day. Once everyone found a seat, my uncle asked our Burgess family of 3 to stand in the middle aisle. It was time to begin the first round of questions for this blessed sacrament. What name do you give this child? Isabella Grace. Why did you pick that name? Brian and I looked at each other. That wasn't supposed to be the next question. My uncle was improvising. He often did this to make sacraments more personalized for the family. While I was grateful for his candor, I was getting nervous about the timeline. I was holding Isabella facing forward so that everyone could see her. When I looked down at her, I saw that her curled fists were in her mouth, and she was gnawing on them. They were covered in drool, which meant teething misery was not far off. I said a quick prayer that her budding teeth would stay dormant, knowing all too well I'd better hurry up and answer the question to keep things moving. We both liked Isabella, Brian offered. And I felt like it was by the grace of God that we were able to have her, I added. Isabella has the root bella, which means gift in Italian. And grace comes from the Greek, which means to favor or bestow a gift. Essentially, you named her Beautiful Gift. I looked at Brian in stunned silence. We had no idea. It took more than willpower to not ruin my makeup. We hadn't even walked over to the baptismal font yet. Don't cry, don't cry, don't cry. Cancer also taught me to receive. I had been a giver in so many areas of my life that I had to learn that letting others take care of me was part of the process. In order to give, one has to receive. It doesn't work any other way. I have been cancer-free for 14 years. And as I get older and my body changes, I will face some challenges since I have one of few who was blasted with so much harsh chemo over such a short span of time. My doctors can't say what the future holds because they simply don't know. In the past, this would have driven me crazy. Now I can accept uncertainty and take each day as it comes. I no longer see aging as a burden. I see it as a privilege. Each new day is a gift, one that wasn't promised to me, one that I fought hard to savor. I complemented this valuable writing time with many classes and webinars, ranging from Memoir Writing 101 to writing an author's newsletter, which is now the author's #1 marketing tool. I also participated in an agent one-on-one boot camp where I worked with a literary agent from Talcott Notch to review the first 10 pages, which are the most important of any book. Her feedback was this: I am thrilled to tell you that I have nothing to offer your pages. Your humor, your pacing, your honesty, so unusual, so well done. Cancer memoirs are absolutely everywhere. There are hundreds of thousands of them sitting in query piles all over the world. But I will tell you this: if the rest of your book is as good as the first 10 pages, you're going to be fine. Reading this boosted my confidence and reminded me about how important it is for me to be encouraging and supportive of our students, especially when they write and share their stories. Words are powerful. They truly are. I am grateful to Attica Locke for giving me the nudge I needed to return to my writing and for reminding me that, yes, it is a privilege to age. And with age, time, and experience, I can now lead by example and inspire Long Beach City College students to enroll in creative writing courses and write and share their stories. Stories of tragedy, stories of triumph, stories of belonging. Because telling our stories matters. None of this would have been possible without the valuable gift of time provided through the sabbatical process. And I am truly grateful for being given this opportunity. Thank you. And it's even, thank you. It's even more personal today because Dr. Douglas was the dean of the English department when I submitted the proposal. And to have him sitting here to hear this, to see the culmination, is wonderful. And Dr. Baxter watched me go through this, supported me through everything, and to have you sitting here, seeing the culmination, thank you.
That is really beautiful. Thank you for that, Natalie. That very touching. Does anybody on the board want to? Yes, Trustee Chico.
I just want to thank you for your vulnerability and for sharing your story because it will have an impact on so many people. And then to bring that back and encourage our students to tell their stories because we all have a unique experience, a unique lived experience, and we should be recording that. We should be passing down the lessons and the wisdom that we have. So thank you for doing that. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Trustee Baxter.
Natalie, I remember when you told me you were diagnosed, and I can't believe it was 14 years ago.
14 years ago. Yeah.
But I'm so happy for you, and I'm so proud of you for taking, everybody says there's a novel, a story up here, but very few people get it on paper and get it published, so congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Trustee Antek.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to thank you for sharing your story. Thank you for what you do for our students. It's really a great function within higher education to have sabbaticals and be able to dedicate time to your passion and things that really stimulate you. And I was thinking that I may be the youngest elected trustee on the board here, except for our student trustee. But it just, the value of time, and getting older and appreciated. I feel like I go to more funerals than weddings nowadays, and it just puts it in perspective of just what's important as we age and what give back, and that time is our most precious resource. And so, thank you for spending your time and doing this. It's really, really impactful. Thank you.
Thank you.
President Malauulu.
Yes, Trustee Zia.
First of all, thank you, and wow, what an impressive account of what you've gone through in such a heartfelt, emotional, and touching way. I am personally inspired by you. I'm going to quote you with aging is a privilege, something I heard akin to it, but I have to tell you, far less inspiring, even though he's a very inspiring man. When he wrote the book, Every Day is Extra, was John Kerry. When I met him, and he went through his account through war and how he was given a second chance to live. So he views every day as extra. Dr. Baxter, my fellow colleague here, always would lament to me and say, don't get old, don't get old, every time. But this is, I always quote her, and now I'm gonna quote you, and thank you so much for the difference you're making by sharing your personal story with our students. I have no doubt that it's going to impact them and make a interminable impact on their lives. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Could I say something?
Yes,
as well?
student trustee.
I just want to say thank you and congratulations on your work. I feel that your story echoes that of my mom's. She was diagnosed with breast cancer at a very similar age when she was 35 and just had her third brain surgery in November of this past fall. And so as a student and just as the daughter of a cancer survivor, I feel so inspired and grateful just by like your intelligence and your resilience. And I just most importantly want to thank you for the words you shared today.
Thank you. And I did, when I presented at AWP years ago, I had the fortune of getting to sit in and listen to Cheryl Strayed talk about writing her book, Wild. Wow, talk about inspiring. And I do remember a nugget from that presentation as well, where she said, you have to learn to write yourself ugly. And it made so much sense to me because making yourself vulnerable is what people connect to. And I have so much in the book, like my poor husband, I love him. I had to go, honey, I wrote this, you might want to read it because people are going to read it. But that's what's important because that's what people connect to. And if I can be that example to share my vulnerability on a larger scale and with students, it makes that world of humanity and connection so much more poignant. Thank you.
Thank you. I would just like to know what the timeline is of when we can expect to have that book. Have you been told that we can have a book party for you?
I will keep you posted. That's part of my continuing education is that the world of publishing has changed so much. There is everything from hybrid publishing. I'm not going the self-publishing route. I've been told that's the kiss of death. So I'm still doing some research on that. But generally speaking, 15 months is an average of what we're looking at. I have put it out. I'm waiting. But yes, I will absolutely keep everyone posted. And I'm so thrilled. I mean, like I said, it's the journey of a lifetime. And it also taught me I have more books in me.
That's right. Thank you for sharing.
Thank you.
Congratulations and thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to move on to item 6.2 on the agenda, which is the Long Beach Campus Safety and Risk Management. I was going to, right before the board one, let's do these. Yep, we will. We'll come back. So item 6.2 is the Long Beach Campus Safety and Risk Management Long Beach Police Department contract. This is also a presentation, and I will defer to Bob Raposa, Interim Associate Vice President, Administrative and Business Services, and David Jefferson, Director, Campus Safety and Risk Management. They will present on the Long Beach Campus Safety and Risk Management Long Beach Police Department contract.
Thank you, Board President Malauulu, and thank you all for allowing us to do this presentation. David and I, we're going to go ahead and just jump right into this. Dario, can I advance as well? Thank you. So just talk a little bit about what we're going to talk about today in this presentation. I think you're all aware we've been spending quite a bit of time with Long Beach Police Department negotiating updated contracts, and the focus of that has been the 21 CP recommendations that were provided to the board. And so we're going to talk a little bit about the participants, the topics discussed, the challenges we face, the current staffing model and schedule, the expenditures, and the proposed new staffing model and schedule, the difference in operations that could be impacted, and the LBPD budget. And we're going to talk about the implementation of all the 21 CP recommendations, so we're quite proud of that, and the shared governance presentations that Dr. West and I have done throughout the college. So the negotiations began back in September 6th of 2022, so about a year and a half ago. We've had 21 meetings, and a lot of folks have been involved in this. Of course, Dr. West, myself, several people from Long Beach Police Department, and we're very proud to have our Lieutenant Dice as well that assisted with this. So it's been quite a process. Topics that we discussed during those negotiations include the staffing models. We asked for 4 of them, and we were provided those, and those were part of the presentations that we've done. The financial considerations included staffing and other direct costs, indirect costs. We also discussed the 21 CP recommendations. There was actually quite a bit of back and forth. The current agreement that we have in place already has included some of those recommendations being implemented. Challenges, there's 2 separate unions with Long Beach Police Department, for the police officers and for the SSOs. Limitations on staffing designations and classifications. 21 CP made some recommendations. Internally, we also wanted to do some changes to police officers, maybe kind of going with a softer touch, bringing in these ambassadors. That's not feasible at this point in time. We'll talk about that. Limitations to schedule changes and looking at maximizing coverage, and LBPD challenges with recruitment. So I'm going to turn this over to my associate here.
Associate, I like that. David Jefferson, good evening all. My portion here, I'm going to identify to you the current staffing model that LBCC has in play. First off, the staffing composition. We have 4 police officers as well as 10 security officers that make up our entire force. That also does not include the Lieutenant Dice. So totaling, we have 15. As for our police officers, they're on duty 5 days a week. Now, that's Monday through Friday for the day and afternoon shifts. They do not work the evening shifts, and we'll discuss that a little bit later. One police officer is assigned to cover both campuses, as noted, Monday through Friday, day and afternoon shift only. There are no police officers on the evening or overnight shift, Monday through Friday, as well as no police officers on duty Saturdays and Sundays. Now, as part of, I guess, ever-evolving history, I learned that at one point there were some there Saturdays for whatever the circumstance was that we had activity, but consistently there aren't police officers there on a Saturday. Now, for security service officers, SSOs, there is at least 1 SSO on duty 7 days a week for day, afternoon, and night shifts. So that's 24-hour rotation of an SSO presence. 1 SSO is assigned to each campus for each day, afternoon shift as identified. But then for the night shift, 1 SSO is split between each campus. Okay, here we outline the staffing model as indicated. You'll see that for the night shift activity, there's an SSO on the weekend, 1 only, all throughout the week as well. Now, for the day shift, you'll see that at each campus, there's 1 police officer, and then there's an SSO for each campus as well, and the same for the afternoon shift. And this goes on, this graph identified that we're in need of a total of 14 officers in order to sustain Long Beach City College. Now, here we have the current staffing model per Lieutenant Dice, and what we're looking at is this, 1 SSO over the weekends, as we say, Sunday and Saturday. Now, that's the night shift, I'm sorry. And then for the day shift and the afternoon shifts, we'll have an SSO for each location on the weekends. Now, as for Monday and Friday, we have an SSO all throughout the week, I should just say, for the night shift. But for the day shift, on Mondays and Fridays, we have 1 police officer. Now, as you can see on the day shift, Tuesday through Thursday, we have a police officer for each site. So that's a majority of what the difference is in between the night shift as well as the day and afternoon component. Now, herein is where we identify the cost type itemization, where we see that the personnel cost is approximately $3,015,000, equipment costs $426,000, indirect costs $695,000, which equates to a total of $4,136,724 as the current cost for our contract. So I'll have my colleague here continue the rest, and I'll come in later as we identify the 21 CP.
Thank you, David. Okay, so requested 4 different staffing models. This is the one that we felt was most best served us, with a focus more on protecting people as opposed to assets. Our students, our employees are our assets. So you'll see it's the same number of composition, and the police officers are focused more Monday through Thursdays and Fridays. We'll have the SSOs on 7 days a week, so we have coverage on weekends when we have events. And basically, as David said, SSOs are there for all shifts 7 days a week. This is the new staffing model, which shows that concentration of police officers Tuesday through Thursday when we have our highest attendance for students and employees on campus. And as you can see, the proposed staffing costs, and please keep in mind these are an estimate from the City of Long Beach, it's basically identical or virtually identical to what we pay now. Some other information, after consulting with Lieutenant Dice, Plan B, which we just showed you, is what our recommendation is. And just a notation that the indirect costs are going to increase. City did a study a few years ago that said that their indirect costs were really low, and they've been working with us to phase that in so we didn't bear the cost all at once. What you see at the last bullet is current versus projected budget costs, which align, which is what we expect. It's probably going to be closer to the top number than the bottom number because that's what we're currently experiencing. Okay, I'm going to turn this back over to David, who's going to kind of run through some of these implementations.
And run through is the correct term. We're going to try to get to this as quick as possible. We've gone over time and again, 21CP and their recommendations, so we just want to once again identify where we are with this in terms of some of the implementation as well as focus that we have to deal with the recommendations. So first off, include public safety personnel in DEI programs, diversity, equity, inclusion. Well, we have agreed language in the contract which adds the POs and the SSOs to take part in DEI training. So essentially, we are meeting that. The next recommendation, minimize time spent in motorized vehicle. We have implemented progress in terms of minimizing the officers' time spent in the vehicles with the thought that we want you maximizing your involvement with the community. So we are in part and partial moving in that direction. Mechanisms, minimize vehicles, maximize informal engagement. We have agreed language, adding assigned bike and walking patrols to essentially meet these needs. Next recommendation, placing patrol vehicles in central high traffic campus areas. We have implemented focusing on this by avoiding staging of campus safety vehicles in those types of areas. Let me see. Our next recommendation, police officers complete post-certified training on campus law enforcement. All PO police officers complete the post-certified training. However, SSOs cannot complete that training as defined by the state of California. The next recommendation, police required to complete post-certified crisis intervention training. All POs required and receive that training. Long Beach Police Department is currently attempting to incorporate that training for SSOs as well. Lastly, all public safety personnel equipped with equipped with and use body-worn cameras. Police officers are required and wear those on our campus. However, the city is negotiating with the SSO's bargaining unit to allow them to do such as well. Our next recommendations, plan to increase community awareness about public safety personnel complaint procedures. We have a link on our Long Beach Community College campus safety page to the Long Beach PD complaint procedures. The Long Beach Police Department also is monitoring complaints, and we have requested and definitively that they do not assign any officers possessing those types of marks. So we're going to make sure that the officers we have are quality officers. On the next recommendation, ensure reporting of individuals in crisis or exhibiting problematic behavior. Language has been added noting to the extent allowed, Long Beach Police Department is to provide incident reports on non-criminal incidents. This is for those experiencing challenges that would, that quite possibly their condition may compromise their safety. So that's how we're enacting and dealing with that circumstance. The next recommendation, campus officers being members of mental evaluation team. We have an officer, actually Lieutenant Dice, that is a part of our behavioral intervention team, and he attends the regular scheduled meetings as part of meeting this recommendation. Next recommendation, develop protocols for Long Beach Police Department on campus per Title 10. Joint protocols have been established for all police officers and SSOs, as well as training participation related to denoted conduct and methods. Okay, lastly, on the wrapping this up for the recommendation, formalize response protocols for individual experiencing mental, behavioral, or emotional health issues. All assigned officers will have crisis intervention and de-escalation and mental health crisis training. That's a must. One officer, once again, assigned to the BIT team is a vice for dealing with this situation there. We strategize to address the individual concerns as noted. And lastly, enhancing for any public safety personnel, all addressed through the DEI and post-certified crisis intervention training. So therein is where we are in terms of following those recommendations from 21 CP as to how to best address Long Beach Community College District's campus safety officers. And with that, I'll turn it over to Bob.
You have a better voice than I do, David. Okay, so lastly, Dr. West and I have been making the rounds at the shared governance meetings to present ASB, Public Safety Ad Hoc Committee, the Campus Safety Advisory Committee, the College Planning Council, and finally at the President's Leadership Council, which has led to this time here with you today. So this was our final stop, and so at this point in time, we will turn it over to the Board of Trustees to see if you have any questions for us.
Thank you. Any of my colleagues on the board have any questions? Trustee Zia?
Thank you. It appears that you've coordinated with the shared governance groups and also Police Officers Association. Is that an accurate characterization and understanding?
We have not spoken directly with the Police Officers Association. We've spoken directly with the Police Department and also with the City Attorney.
I see. So what I'm seeing here with your proposal, I'm trying to make sense of why it appears we're not assigning police officers at nighttime, armed police officers, where in my tenure here, I've seen more security threats, or I've been informed of more security threats on weekends and evening times. So can you help me understand why that is versus the current model?
If I could respond to that, Trustee Zia. So in part, as having discussions, I met with the team to kind of talk about priorities, and we talked as a cabinet, and we felt that it was important to prioritize protecting people and humans over property. And so when we started looking at the volume of incidents and the kind of need for officers' response, we felt that it was important to leverage the police officers in a schedule that was most aligned when people were on campus. Now, I think it is important to note that our SSOs are armed. So it's not that there isn't armed response on campus in the evenings overnight. It's just we're not allocating the police officer to that particular schedule because we felt philosophically hearing concerns from the campus, hearing concerns from the faculty and staff and students that we talked to, that it was important to leverage the police officers, the limited number of police officers we had, to protect people, whereas we felt that if there was an incident in the evening or on a weekend, that at that point you're looking more at a property issue, and that there would still be an armed response with the SSO, but then they could always call a police officer for backup. But we thought it was better to leverage our very limited resources in a way that aligned with people.
Okay, and I see you're making cuts to personnel by about over $200,000 when doing a current, before and after delta. You're going from 3.015 to 2.786 million. So are you cutting wages? How, if the personnel are ostensibly the same?
Apologies, Trustee Zia. Wait, if we could clarify, what you see here is our current costs, 4.1 million, and what the projected costs are going to be, which are the same. Plan B was an estimation from the city. However, Plan B is in essence what you're seeing on the top line there. So we expect it's going to be precisely the same.
And Trustee Z, if I can just add in, the reason for the added cost is there's a number of vacancies, and so we're paying for overtime right now, so that you're seeing the actual on the line up above versus the estimated on the line below right now. Because of the vacancies in personnel, we're paying overtime, so that's why there's a higher cost.
Okay, because your slide shows
It's the same number of personnel, both police officers are the same and the SSOs.
Okay, but the Plan B is less than what we currently have, so it's not 4.1 million.
It's an estimate. So this is an estimate versus an actual.
So it's going to be 4.1
Yes, that's
million.
what. Yes, that's what Bob
Thanks
had
for
mentioned.
clarifying that. Thank you, that's all I have. And great job.
Thank you, Trustee Baxter.
Yes, hi. Thank you for this report. It's excellent. Here's my question, and you guys can tell me if I'm wrong, but I thought the most students attended on Monday, second most Tuesday, third most Wednesday, Thursday less, Friday less. But your staffing is for Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, and I wondered if there, am I wrong in my figures, or it just worked out that way?
So I'll add in, yeah, so I think it's a twofold thing. It's also when we're getting a lot of calls, that the impact on campus in-person classes, I think that's also kind of the piece with it. So when we've looked at it, it's been Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays. I think you're correct, there are a lot of students here on Mondays, but based on the police schedules that are set, that's the hours that we're able to cover.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee Ntek?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you all. I just want to say I appreciate it. You know, one of our most important functions as a public entity is public service, or as a government entity, whether it's higher education or the city. And I think this has been an inclusive, collaborative process along the way. This is something we started almost 4 years ago in the summer of 2020, of just, we had never sat down and looked at it. And I think the contract was from 2007, if I recall. And so this, you know, there was protests happening at the time, citywide, on campus. We were virtual still in the pandemic. Incredibly difficult situation that I think the process and the outcome has been professional, inclusive. We've gone through the shared governance process. There's no elimination of positions. We actually looked in our ad hoc committee about adding more positions, which we could not fund at this time, or couldn't afford as an institution. And so many of the false narratives and notions of what was going on or what was going to happen if we looked at the contract, I think have been dispelled. And I really am appreciative of everyone who participated. We had over the last 3 years, a presentation from the Academic Senate of what they would like to see, the students' input, the faculty, and the shared governance, the police officers. I know we've had change of leadership, different lieutenants. You know, we've started this, I think we're 2 lieutenants back throughout the process. And so I really want to commend you for what you've done and the partnership opportunities. And really at the end of the day, we're shifting times that people are on campus to be when the most people here, we're not losing coverage. We're paying our fair share now. We weren't paying our full administrative costs, which was a disservice to the police department by us not paying, going from what was it, 15 to 21%, or 12 to 20, was it 21 or 30% there? 30%, right? 30.5. So I just want to appreciate, and plus new staff. David wasn't here when we started this. You know, it just, it brings a fresh set of eyes, and I know we went through the language in more details. It just makes it modern, more accountable, more inclusive. It comports with some of the new laws, Title V, shared governance laws that we didn't have 3-4 years ago. And so I really want to thank you for your inclusive effort. I got 3 questions for you. One you may have already answered. I know there's a vacancy rate in the overall police department, and we lost Officer Harris, got reassigned. And so I guess, and maybe Chip already answered that, of that vacancy that's being rolled into overtime only, or is there other, how is that non-spend amount being utilized?
So do you want to, or we could also, let's bring up Lieutenant Dice.
Good evening. Yes, the current vacancy when Officer Harris left, it's being filled with our officers on overtime. We're still looking to fill those vacancies. It's just our staffing is challenging right now department-wide. So the reference to recruiting is not necessarily to get interest from police officers to come work here. It's just in general getting recruitment for the police department as a whole. There's plenty of officers who are eagerly waiting for that watch report to say the job is open, but once we get our numbers up in patrol, then we'll be able to fill the vacancies here.
Thank you. And then on the Pacific Coast campus, I know for a long time there's been, I've been on site, on tours, to talk to different staff about evening coverage, feeling unsafe, activities in the bathroom that are, not welcomed or inappropriate, or probably potentially, crossing legal boundaries. How does this improve or address issues at the Pacific Coast campus?
Well, in actuality, for the Pacific Coast campus, it's constant and always evolving. So as situations are coming to pass, we're trying to figure out how to address the matter without infringing on the rights of others. I mean, it's coming to the point, for instance, with the bathroom circumstances where, depending on the most active area, we're looking to have where you have to come and request the key, okay? And you hate to do that because it infringes on just the freedom of those that are on the campus. But for the situation to minimize and marginalize, we have to figure out some means. What has consistently been transpiring is local, or the Long Beach Police Department will go through the local parks and start cleaning up the activity there. And because we are a public campus, the activity starts coming towards our PCC campus. So then what we attempt to do is try to get ahead of it, try to make sure that our officers are making their rounds, and just try to be active and proactive in regards to what the expectations may be. But with that said, we just aren't able to hit all the situations, just like any type of situation that transpires on a regular basis. But we consistently attempt to try to be ahead of the problem, as well as reactionary and trying to determine what ideas would best resolve the matter without infringing on all others.
If I can just add in, one of the things we're looking at holistically, especially within administrative and business services, is really fortifying the Pacific Coast campus with staff that are there permanently. So one of the things out of this contract that I think is really good is the current model has people split, where you're covering both campuses in the evenings. Now we have a dedicated police officer, a dedicated SSO that's there, and our intention in discussions with Lieutenant Dice is that we want to have that officer and those staff get to know the community, get to know the faculty and staff, get to know the students and be seen. We're also trying to mirror that outside of the police. So we've added staff in facilities dedicated to the Pacific Coast campus. We have some new staff lead custodians that are starting there. Before those positions were split. So we're trying to do that in a variety of ways where there's a community there, and then that can be built amongst the faculty and staff that are on that campus. So there's a little bit more cohesiveness versus splitting between two campuses.
Thank you. Last question. I know we had 21CP do the analysis, and they're nationally recognized public safety professionals. A few of us were at Chapman University last semester for the FBI higher ed training. Was there anything from that also considered or relevant to the updates of the contract from what we did last semester?
I was there as well with you. And not in particular. What I was doing was meeting with some of the participants as well as just fellow colleagues to try to get some information as to how they're applying situations relative to threat assessment and the open campuses and some of the community coming on that have their challenges. And that was basically all that I was able to obtain, but it was pretty much outside of what 21CP had recommended. But me coming in on the back end of 21CP, I love what they have identified. And just to implement it is a start. We have to start somewhere, but accountability is always the most important start. So I like that.
Thank you for your presentation. I want to say thank you to President Malauulu for your partnership the last several years in our Public Safety Ad Hoc Committee that I want to say we met probably half dozen times, if not more. So yeah, okay, more. But thank you.
Last, I just want to close with identifying this for the campus safety officers. One of the things that I have them focus on is understanding that the students are here. Why? Because they're to get ahead. So whenever you're enacting or engaging with the students, that's the first thought of interaction is how can I help you to get ahead? And from there, determine where it needs to evolve to. So I just want to make sure that I identify that before leaving. And thank you for your time.
I appreciate that. Trustee Chico? Thank you.
That's really important. So thank you for saying that. I think that's something that we need to say aloud, and we need to ensure that everyone knows that this is how we operate at Long Beach City College. My question has to do with the displacement that happens when the parks are being cleaned and then people are displaced and move onto our campus. What are we doing to work with the city and the councilwoman, Dr. Solisaro, to be more collaborative, even if it's just communication that we have a planned cleanup on this day, so at least on campus, we're aware that the displacement may be taking place and we may see more activity.
Okay, I'm not going to put the lieutenant on point, but that's where we have that bridge. Thank goodness we have the lieutenant here, because he makes us aware that such is about to take place. And that's how we proactively prepare for what's about to come.
Yeah, and if I could address that as well, David's 100% right, and I know Lieutenant Dice will be happy to come speak. Of course. Sir, and I know he'd be happy to speak about this too. Lieutenant Dice, we've always been blessed with good lieutenants. Lieutenant Dice is just another level. And he is just really coordinating efforts. There's a code enforcement officer that we've spoken to before about the homeless situation at times, or the encampments across the street, and we've learned how the city addresses that and are able to better coordinate with the city as well. And I really place that thanks with Lieutenant Dice.
Oh, sorry. And then I did want to also acknowledge Lieutenant Dice. You know, it was when you were initially introduced as someone who was born and raised and attended Long Beach City College, and your kids and your family also have gone through here. We knew that you were going to set a high bar. So it's really good to hear that you're communicating and collaborating with the different agencies that have to be involved in order for us to address these issues. Because if we work in silos, we're not going to get anything done. So thank you so much for being that bridge.
Thank you. Student trustee?
Yeah, I want to share that based on the conversations that I myself have had with students, including our ASB President Coco Dobard, and including our ASB cabinet members, that students are uncomfortable with certain aspects of the model. One of the major things that were mentioned were the SSOs being able to have the service revolver and taser, as was explained to the ASB cabinet, and not being able to physically detain, and there being a concern that there's a disconnect between certain de-escalation tactics that may include something like a taser, for example, which is like commonly described as being used as a de-escalation tactic. So students being uncomfortable with that and wondering if those lethal weapons could be taken away from the SSOs and if something else could be given instead. One student group had suggested maybe even just like a baton rather than the service revolver.
So I may turn to Lieutenant Dice, and I appreciate what the students' opinions are. the thought process, and there's been discussions both internally with CP21 and internally in the district, is those are all kind of tools in the officer's toolbox. And when we remove tools from the toolbox, especially on the time periods when there's only SSOs, we are kind of hampering their ability to provide that kind of coverage for the district. On the flip side, there's been a conversation about having what we refer to as ambassadors, and we're working with the city on this so that we can try to take some of those duties back internally and put ambassadors out there who are front-facing to the public, to speak to the public, work with the public, and who then have a radio to contact the officers if they're not able to de-escalate or if a situation escalates beyond their ability to control.
Okay, thank you.
If I can just add in, the ambassadors was one of the main points we went into negotiations really hoping that we would have. The city's negotiations and how they're working through that job description has just stalled. So we're waiting, and we've let them know as they work through that new classification. We are absolutely, and that's also a unionized group that's part of the same union as the SSOs. As they move forward with that, because there's momentum from transportation and from the airport that they're looking for that designation, we want to be part of that as well.
Okay, thank you. I had another question as well, or more of a comment from our evening students, especially here at LAC, feeling that they're not receiving as much physical support as they would maybe like to have from campus safety, and feeling that often they have to sort of protect or advocate for one another in a very physical sense on campus, due to just there being dim lights on campus at night, and also feeling that the emergency boxes on campus are inaccessible to them. And again, they had questions too about where then could they contact those SSOs and where could they find them on campus.
So the SSOs actually are at the X building where I am, and you're talking about contacting them in the blue box. There's a procedure. Actually, I had a situation today which had identified that we're going to break down the process in terms of how to use the blue box. Oftentimes, what we're finding is that it's the diligence that's involved, but you have to go through these steps, and folks have a tendency not to want to go through the steps. They want immediate access to a situation. So I'm trying to figure out how to diffuse that in terms of that process. Now, you had identified the lights being out. Whenever such is the case, please make my office aware or complete an incident report to get us going in terms of making sure that that safety component is there. We, at the beginning of the semester, had perform evening walks around the campus to try to determine what lights may not be effectively working. Well, with that said, after we've done such, maybe some had to decide to die off then. So it's an ever-evolving situation. I know Chip had identified we're getting more grounds people there. So hopefully with all of us, it takes all of us to make the difference on the campus, not just campus safety, because everyone is an extension of my eyes here. And unless I know what's going on by being contacted on what you see, then I can't help to address matters, but as well as the LBCC community as a whole. So it's about working together. But I also wanted to taper back to what you were saying before. I just want to make you aware of this. In terms of the circumstances and dynamics with maybe them having the SSOs having their guns or their tasers or whatnot, that's where I have to come into play in terms of accountability. And I'm always out there having my meetings with different various groups throughout the campus, maybe faculty members or whatnot. And I make them aware, let me know what's going on if there's any type of issues. And as students as well, let me know what's going on if there's any types of issue for me to address. Myself and Lieutenant Dice have had conversations, because we're here, and once again, to benefit the student. But for me, it's a personal situation. I mean, I was born and raised in Carson. I have been harassed by law enforcement growing up, and folks may think that because I'm here that I've never experienced this type of situation, but I think that the experience that I had make me key to dealing with it. I don't let that past define me. I try to be the person to make the difference, and that's why I'm here. So just make me aware, and I will do what I can definitively, if I have to run it up the flag to make a difference if there's something that's being impactful.
Yes, thank you. And I know that we've had conversations about that before and your intentions with wanting to heal sort of that fracture between community and policing. And that sort of aligns with another concern that students had with increasing community engagement with either police officers or the SSOs during our on-campus events, for example, and there being a concern on the physiological and psychological impacts on our Phoenix Scholars and our Justice Scholar students, as well as previously incarcerated and system-impacted students. So I also wanted to share that concern.
No, definitely. How do you mend a history? It cannot happen overnight, but it has to be a work in progress. I like to say to my law enforcement officers or campus safety officers, hide in plain sight. What does that mean? That means being present, being like the 21 CP says, out there walking amongst the community. It shouldn't be when that a staff member or a student comes into contact with you when there's a problem. That shouldn't be the first time you meet them. So if you're actively out there and involved and engaging, then when a tragedy happens, it would be less informal. We are also looking to go in another direction in terms of having a link to a site that whenever you've engaged, you being faculty or students, with a law enforcement officer and you appreciate what had transpired, go ahead and go to that site and send an acknowledgement. We're attempting to try to use that to merit and show the balance, because my department is like the Grim Reaper. Every time I come around, it's because I'm about to tell you no, because I'm trying to look out for the best interest. And it's the same with law enforcement. We hear a lot of the bad, but how about we hear the good? And that also may motivate the other officers as well to see that, you know, what difference can be made, because it weighs a lot. You have to be a special person to be in that situation to where every time you come to a situation, it's typically a bad matter, okay? And it takes a different type of person, a different type of mentality to be able to not let it personally affect them. So yeah, we're trying to do what's necessary in that regard. So hopefully that answered what you were wondering.
Thank you. We do have a 20-minute time limit on this discussion, and Trustee Baxter and I would like to weigh in on it as well. So Trustee Baxter.
I'll be quick. I just wanted to commend Vice President West. One of my constituents mentioned that a light was out, a cross light, pedestrian cross light on Lou Davis Drive. And I sent him a email, smile because it's nice. I sent him an email and told him that, and the next day I went there and it was fixed. And I think that my point is, if all of us, when we see something, say something, not just go, go on with our day, because we really truly want to do a good job. I believe everybody on campus wants to do a good job. So it's just information. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I would also like to thank all of you, particularly Dr. West, Bob Raposa, and of course our Long Beach PD team. I served on this committee since we started it. I think it was 2020 with Trustee Untuck, and it's gonna rate up there with the committees that I learned the most from and that I probably had to do the most research on. I remember I was suffering during the redistricting with that committee. It was a lot of work. I'm not gonna say I was suffering with this committee, but the work and the amount of research and the amount of time really makes me appreciate it. I did have a serious priority going back to 2020 regarding the Pacific Coast campus and the community around that. And we did, Trustee Chico brought up an excellent point involving the city council, Councilwoman Sulisaro. We did have conversations with her. We did involve the community in that area, and we did push to have staff that didn't split their time at both campuses, and that included the PD. The only thing that I'm waiting for is the ambassador situation, and I know that that's out of our hands, and I know I'm not the only one waiting. Like Dr. West said, the airport is waiting, other city organizations are waiting on that, but Long Beach City College is sitting at that table, and we are looking forward to that partnership growing, and we, student trustee, you are amazing with the issues that you bring up. We feel you, and we want to make sure that those issues are addressed. So I'm happy that the contract is on the agenda, and I'm happy that we no longer have to meet as an ad hoc committee. I think that, in the future, if we do need to establish a new committee, it'd be nice to have fresh representation of the board, because Trustee Ntuk and I put in a lot of time into this. So thank you very much. And I think with that, we conclude our comments. The time is up, and everybody had a chance to speak. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
All right, before we move on to section 7 on the agenda, we are going to go back to section 5. I'm going to toss it to Dr. Munoz, his superintendent president report. There was an item that, I'll let you explain.
Yes, I apologize, Board President, Trustee Malauulu, and thank you for your grace in this. I forgot to cue the video from College Day, and so we want to make sure that our community that's watching us on YouTube are able to see the highlights. So Dario, do you mind cueing the video? And I do apologize for that oversight.
We are thrilled to welcome you to Long Beach City College's 2024 State of the College Address. Please welcome Board President Vivian Malauulu. Like the song says, it takes two. And Long Beach City College needs you to make this thing go right. When our students succeed, our neighborhoods succeed, our cities succeed.
We have all been working extremely hard to make LBCC a place where everyone belongs and to ensure that every student, every staff member, every part of our community feels that they truly belong. Because at Long Beach City College, belonging is not just a feeling, it's a promise we make to each other to support, to inspire, and to achieve together. Together, we are not just strong, we are unstoppable. Go LBCC.
Thank you, Dr. Munoz, and thank you, Dario. All right, we're going to go back to the agenda, section 7. This is the Board of Trustees section, and item 7.1 is the new campus identifier for the Pacific Coast campus. This is an action item. Let me read what the recommended action is before I'll take a second and a motion, and then I'm going to defer to Dr. Munoz to give us some background. So, the recommended action is that the Board of Trustees approve a new campus identifier for the Pacific Coast campus out of options A and B as submitted. And again, for the benefit of the public, all of this information is attached to board docs. At this time, I will entertain a motion in a second.
Move approval of option B.
We've got a motion for option B. Is there a second? I will second it for the purpose of conversation. Okay. And then, Madam Secretary, is there a conversation, a discussion on this item?
I'm against.
Sure. So sorry, and I will defer to Dr. Munoz to give us a little background. Let me have would you like to have the discussion first, or do you want to do the background first? It's okay with me.
Usually we do it, set up the...
Okay, so let's have you do the item. Trustee Baxter, is that all right? Okay, go ahead, Dr. Munoz.
Great, thank you, Board President. I appreciate that ability to just introduce the item. So just so that there's kind of clarity around the discussion around the item, I want to kind of take us back to the January board meeting when we were at the Pacific Coast campus. We had updated the board on the progress that we had made regarding engaging in a field study of exploring a new identifier for the Pacific Coast campus. And at that meeting, we presented some feedback that we had obtained throughout our campus process. So I kind of just, for the sake of clarity, want to highlight the process that we engaged in to just remind everyone. So really, the discussions first started at our Board of Trustees retreat last summer in August, where we started looking at some of the data around post-COVID enrollments and seeing the enrollment dips that we've seen at the Pacific Coast campus, compound with just anecdotal conversations we had of just a lack of clarity in the name of why some students might want to attend the Pacific Coast campus. So from there, we were encouraged to begin a fieldwork study process where we worked with GradCom, over the fall semester to engage in a variety of engagement strategies to collect more information. And so I kind of just want to remind folks of the engagement strategies we engaged in. So GradCom first initially implemented a campus-wide survey to all students and faculty and staff, and we had essentially about 1,500 participants complete the survey. So 1,474 completed the survey, to be exact. 1,894 students, faculty and staff initiated the survey. So it was about a 78% completion rate. Just to give you a sense of the breakdown of that first initial survey, we had about 65% of them being students and 18% being staff and administration, and about 16% of the surveys completed were completed by faculty. So nearly 2/3 of the respondents supported a new campus identifier to replace the Pacific Coast campus. And less than 10% of the respondents did not support making a name change. So that was some of the big highlights. But we also thought it was important to analyze the data through the lens of students and then through the lens of employees. And there was a difference. Students supported, slightly greater, but still greater, supported the name change at about 64% compared to faculty and staff were about 59%. So from there, we began to then also test some keywords with throughout the survey to see what keywords resonated for students, faculty, and staff. And from there, that fed into a process where we engaged in focus groups where we tested some potential identifiers, and the focus groups yielded that nobody liked any of them. So then we went back to the drawing board and we took the field work, or excuse me, the focus group feedback, and we then came back with some additional identifiers to be tested. Those additional identifiers were sent out through a second survey, and then we presented to the board last January some potential options. From there, the board encouraged us to go and do an additional round of feedback. So as you know, there was 3 identifiers that were presented to you in January. We took those out, and under the leadership of Dr. Kirkwood, we were able to, and support from marketing, put those identifiers on some poster boards, and we had them on both campuses here at LAC and PCC, where people were allowed to kind of go up and in a almost like heat map exercise, put dots down on the identifier that they identified with most. And so of the 3 identifiers that were went through that last round of feedback, we identified that there was 2 kind of identifiers that emerged at the top. The first being option A, which you are presented with, which is Trades and Community Learning Campus. And the second option that also resonated highly with folks was the LBCC Trade Tech Campus. And so those were the 2 options that we're presenting to you all today. I think that the process, and then I don't want to fail to mention that since we engaged in that kind of final round of feedback, we did receive some emails from different employees on campus expressing the desire to not see the PCC campus name change. And so as anything, we take all the feedback that we get from folks and we treat that as any other data point. And so we balance that data point along with the survey data, the focus group data, and the totality of all the work that has been done to get us engaged in this process, and we weigh these things out and then come forward with a recommendation. And so I think as myself as the superintendent president, along with the cabinet, we felt very comfortable bringing forward a recommendation because I think this process has been very transparent. It's been very engaging. I actually have in front of me, and we'll add this to the website, all the list dates of engagements. So apart from the surveys, the multiple rounds of surveys, the focus groups, the poster boards, we also visited the ASB, we visited CPC, President's Leadership Council, so we made sure we worked through our governance structures as well. And so I'm very confident that this process has been, like I said, transparent and fully engaging. So with that said, I just wanted to do some of that level setting before you enter into the discussion.
Thank you, Dr. Munoz. I believe Dr. Baxter was first on the discussion.
I'm going to vote no on this because I believe if we just call ourselves LBCC Trade Tech, we don't recognize all the other classes, which, by the way, are more than 50% of Trade and Tech, that are offered at the Pacific Coast campus. And so that's why I am in favor of trades and community learning campus.
President Malauulu, I have a question.
Thank you, Trustee Baxter. Trustee Zia?
How many folks were surveyed? And I know you mentioned a percentage, and were the students at Pacific Coast campus also included? And did they opine?
Thank you. So in the first, so there was 2 phases of survey, so I'll start with phase 1. We had 1,894 students, or excuse me, 1,894 surveys with a completion rate of 78%. And the distribution of those surveyed, 64% were students. No, I'm sorry, I apologize. It's the 64% of the students that surveyed were interested. So let me break this down for you. 65% of those in that sample were students. 18% were staff or administration, and 16% were faculty.
How many were from Pacific Coast campus?
I don't have the breakdown in front of me of how many were PCC or LSE, but Dr. Kirkwood might be able to speak specifically to that question.
I just, for the record, I received a complaint that Pacific Coast campus students and faculty were not represented adequately, or it was insufficiently balanced. Now, I'm not saying that's right, wrong, or indifferent. I just want to communicate the feedback I've received.
So in doing this work, it has actually revealed quite a few things that are actually being worked into my vice president plan. So at this time, we're actually working on ways to disaggregate, because so many of our students take classes on both campuses. We have to just survey all students in a holistic way. We don't have a way to determine who is specifically only PCC versus who is only LAC. And so I'm working right now with our director of planning to make sure that we're able to disaggregate in these ways as we move forward.
And can we wait until that happens before you make a decision, or what's the urgency on having to make a decision? Why do we need to exercise alacrity right now?
So again, I think as an administrative team, we were responding to the direction that was given at the board retreat, and the retreat, the consensus of the board was to engage in a process, and so that's what we did. And so we're bringing the information back, so I think it's up to the board to decide whether or not they feel they have an adequate adequate amount of information to move forward or not. What I will say is, in a process like this, and you heard the GradCom presentation in January from the president of GradCom, I apologize, I'm blanking out her name. Can you? Cheryl Bloom. That who is kind of that organization, I think, is the kind of statewide leader in working with continuing education, non-credit adult education programs. And she said that we had one of the highest participation rates in an engagement process like this. So the number of the survey, I know it may not sound like a lot, but the number of survey respondents we got is actually was pretty high. I think in terms of what would it mean if we don't move forward, I would say probably the only thing I can think of at this time is we were trying to align the campus identifier unveiling with our 75th anniversary, which takes place this year in the fall. So if we do not move forward in that direction, then we obviously would not be able to align that with kind of the unveiling and the ceremony part of the 75th anniversary. And then the other indicator, I think, is that we see this being kind of the launch pad for much of what we're trying to do to rebuild the enrollment at PCC. And so I think that would delay kind of some of the work that we're trying to do in marketing and branding to move the campus forward. It's not the only strategy that we have in the toolkit, but we did see it being kind of the driver, I guess is the best way to say, of kind of the big push to re-engage the community and re-engage also the surrounding communities around PCC and to drive enrollment to the campus. So I think those would probably be the only two that I can think of.
Trustee Chico?
Thank you. I will also be voting no on this. I think for those of you who know, I've worked in the Long Beach, in the city of Long Beach, representing the entire city for Supervisor Janice Hahn for 6 years. And prior to that, I've been very involved in a lot of community groups and worked for a council member here in the city of Long Beach, where my primary job was to engage with the community. So needless to say, that's what I come with, is my knowledge and experience working within all of the communities here in Long Beach. One of the things that always resonates, particularly when we're looking for funding or we're trying to implement programs, just because Long Beach is the second largest city in LA County does not mean we are anything like the city of Los Angeles. And that's where we're always people try to kind of wedge us into what would do well for LA, but we're not LA. And I think that it's really important that we separate ourselves from LA Trade Tech. I think there is the possibility for confusion, Long Beach Trade Tech and LA Trade Tech. And because one of the priorities was bringing the community back to community college, that's what is incredibly important to me, and I've said that this entire time, that we cannot, when we have the opportunity, now leave out community, when we have the opportunity to implement this, because it's not just for today or the next couple years. This is a decision that we're making that's gonna be here a decade or 2 or 3 from now. And so people change. And the priority, though, still needs to be the community. And when we leave and there are new people who may not have community as the priority, it will still be in the name of the campus. And so therefore, I think it's incredibly important that we include community learning in the naming of that campus.
Trustee Antec?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I know this is preparing for the 75th anniversary, and there was overwhelming support, over 63% of a large sample pool that was in support of changing the name. And this has been an ongoing effort. I know I've been involved for 6 years in this effort of reimagining and renaming Pacific Coast Campus, because it's just because it's close to PCH or close to the water, like what, what's the learning element of it? And I know when the top identifiers that came out, career education, technology, technical, and trade were all in the 40 percentile. Nobody was at 50%, but all clustered together. And you think about technical and technology, the hybrid of that is tech. And thinking about what offered there, yes, we have advanced manufacturing, we have our trades, we have our EV mechanics program, we have a new trades building and equipment there. But I did a tour with Dr. Kirkwood, and the biggest new participants are the ESL and community courses, and that's highly used. And so I can empathize and understand about the community aspect of it. And I've been involved with Long Beach City College, 25 years now, when we were considered a junior college, and now we're a community college, and it's we're officially Long Beach Community College District. But looking at the focus groups, and the final top 2 were community learning and trades and community learning and tech. That was, I think the 4th iteration of going through it. I think about, being on the board, and, you run for office, and you have ideas, and you listen to feedback, you have anecdotal evidence, and you can never please everybody. And there's always going to be opposition to everything, no matter what, some minority group or some number of people, but also the lack of inaction, of no action, of the status quo prevailing is a failure. And so if my colleagues are so open to being collaborative and inclusive, and you look at our 2 options, there's, the LBC Trade Tech or or the Trades and Community Learning Center. Both beginning have trades and tech in them, and then it has Community Learning Center. So maybe I can amend my motion to option C, or maybe a King Solomon approach here of LBCC Trade Tech and Community Learning Campus, and merge the 2 together. I think honors the input we received from the community, the two types of offerings that are going on there. We can complete the rebranding, name change, but it would be, if President Malulu, who's the seconder of the motion, is amenable to amending the motion of LBCC Trade Tech and Community Learning Campus as the motion put forward to be voted on tonight.
Could you repeat that one more time for your amendment?
So originally, it was option B, LBCC Trade Tech Campus. So the amendment would be LBCC Trade Tech and Community Learning Campus.
Okay, before I agree to amend your motion, I'd like to just make a few remarks myself. I think everybody has had an opportunity to speak. So a couple of things. One, and we're gonna tick for tack with words here, but we are the Long Beach Community College District. So the word community is already in the title of our district. And I feel like we are being redundant by using the word community in a campus where the district is already a community college district. Inherently, we are a community college serving institution. We are a community serving institution. So just, taking the English teacher language and words in there, we're just being redundant. That's one. Two, I'm the one who ran on a campaign of putting the community back in community college, and I think we've done an outstanding job of doing that. I think we have brought more people onto this campus from outside and around the community than many, many years prior. I think we've opened our doors, the instruction that happens, the academics, the activities, the athletics, the public. I think we've really doubled down to make that happen. So, case in point, some of the guests that were here today, I remember having those meetings with Jessica Quintana in 2016 and having a press conference on the Pacific Coast campus in 2017 to open up our community college to ESL classes through Centro Cha. So that was something that happened since I've been on the board. So I think the history lesson there would be remiss for me to not mention the fact of the community being a component there. Also, it's important to note that ESL is taught at the LAC campus and trades are taught at the LAC campus. So we do have both. Both campuses are unique in that way where the classes. My issue is twofold. One, the direction that work is going in, the direction that workforce development and labor Space Beach, the direction that the city of Long Beach is going, the mayor's State of the City address this year, where he mentioned the technology and the drivers, the industry that is surrounding our campus. The direction that we're going in the age of automation is technical. It's a technology-driven and technical-driven industry driver. And I think, and I know, let me strike I think, because I know for a fact that there are people in our community who take public transportation to get to LA Trade Tech, to take classes at LA Trade Tech that they don't know we teach here. And I know that our marketing department is working on that. I know that that's been a big deal for them. But there are people here in our community who ride public buses, Metro and the Blue Line, to get to LA Trade Tech, where if they knew that there was more trade tech focus and emphasis happening on our campus, they would be here and they might take one or two Long Beach Transit buses or even walk to campus. So aside from the technology and the automation and the workforce development that's happening right now, as we speak, we also have an issue with enrollment. And I think that we would be better served having a name that reflects something that the community desperately needs, particularly around that campus, for hands-on training, careers in the tech, and of course, workforce development. So those are the 2 points. Now, having said that, I don't have anything against Community Learning Center. I think it's a nice, friendly word, and I think it would invite people on our campus, and I think it would make people curious of our campus. I don't know that it would have the same effect that we're looking for in terms of aligning ourselves with what's happening. And I don't know if it would have the same effect that we're looking for in terms of enrollment. I think that the Senior Learning Center, which I taught in, already has Learning Center. I taught the first social media class at the Mary Thwaites Senior Learning Center. We've already got that. We've already have learning in a title. We've already got community in a title. But what we don't have is that exclusive trade, technical, trade, technology. That's what we're missing, and that's where the future is headed. Now, if my colleagues on the board decide to vote for this very long and very wordy title, fine. But what the community is going to end up calling it is going to be what the community ends up calling it. I just want to make sure that I go on record stating the facts of why we're trying to go in that direction and what the purpose of us going in that direction is. We already have community learning happening. We already have community, we already have learning. So those things are already there. We're kind of repeating ourselves. So out of respect for my colleagues, I think our student trustee wanted to speak, and then if we have time, we'll do second rounds. Did you? You spoke twice? So I didn't hear Uduak speak twice. I heard him make a motion, and then I heard him speak. He made a motion, and then he spoke. Right. Okay, and then he amended it. All right, so Emma?
Yes, so I understand that with the surveys, there was a majority vote on including community learning in the title, and I do feel that should be honored. In my personal opinion, I do like option B. I feel that often trade and tech carries this connotation, or people like to impose this connotation of it not being embedded in community and needing to somehow clarify, but there's something more to this. And I think coming from a family that, was involved in trades, I do agree that sometimes community is just inherent, it's just ingrained in the campus culture. And I feel like that should also be focused on at PCC. But in my personal opinion, I do think that part of this feels a little bit rushed, and it feels like making just a decision between these two. And I feel like with a bit more time that these could be developed a bit more, because option A sometimes feels like there's just two things being pushed together, and it doesn't really feel as authentic or as catchy as like liberal arts does. And so that's just my personal opinion, that I think more development would be or is needed.
Thank you. Second time speakers? I'm okay with the discussion. I just think it's too wordy. I'd rather have something clean cut, and but we're having the discussion, and I'm amenable to the discussion. And is there second time speakers? Okay, I'll go ahead and second and accept your friendly amendment so we can continue with the discussion. Go ahead, Trustee Chico.
So going back to our initial discussion, just for the record, I did say that I was good with Long Beach Trade, Tech, and Community Learning when we discussed it 2 months ago. So I was good with that. I think that having Trade Tech is great. I just really feel that the community gets overlooked. And I ran in 2020, and at that point, there still was not strong outreach to the community. And so a lot of this has just happened in recent years, and we still have not tapped into all the communities in Long Beach that we could, or in this district. So I think at the same time as we're trying to market to get other people to the college, that we need to do a better job of communicating with our own community. And I'll tell you that the fact that we have people that are going to LA Trade Tech because they don't know that Long Beach has these classes, that's a failure on our part for not doing the outreach to our residents who are in our district. Also, for the record, there are two different entities we're talking about. The Long Beach Community College District, which is not Long Beach City College. So LBCC does not have community in it. The college does not have community in it. If you look, they were created in 2 different years in the 1920s. So the district came after the establishment of City College. So I think it's really, really important that we maintain, that we hold ourselves accountable to including and promoting the community services and resources that we have for the community that we serve.
President Malauulu, may I also speak?
Zia?
Gosh, I hear everyone. I think there's some good remarks. I agree on so many accounts, especially with just student trustee Manetta, what she shared, and learning that we don't have disaggregated data. It gives me pause. I came here prepared to vote for option B, but learning that we don't have the data, and it just feels like it's rushed, and hearing everybody out, neither option will work for me, and no name change at this point until we get more data. Thank you.
Yes, Dr. Munoz?
Thank you, Trustee Zia, for that comment. I want to make sure I probably didn't do a good job of framing this. So the last round of feedback that we did was based on the direction that was given in January, and so we put up those poster boards at both campus. So let me break down by campus what people said. So we had 319 students and staff give their feedback. That's based on the poster board presentations we did on campus. 169 were at PCC and 150 were at LAC, so more participation at PCC than LAC. The identifier with the highest number of responses was LBCC Trades and Community Learning Campus with 150 respondents. Of that, 140 of the 150, 78 were from PCC and 72 were from LAC. The next favorite was the Trade Tech identifier, option B, with 97 responses. 71 responses were from PCC, 26 were from LAC. So interestingly enough, 71 of the PCC respondents liked Trade Tech. So it seemed like Trade Tech was less popular at LAC, but did very well at PCC. The next favorite identifier after that was the Trade Tech and Community Learning, which is what the amendment is. That was the third one with 72 choosing it and only 20 from PCC and 52 from LAC choosing it as their favorite. So it seemed like LAC students seemed to really like the combined Trade Tech and Community Learning more than the PCC students did. So we do have disaggregated data based on this final round. So I just wanted, it was the initial survey that we did when we started the process that we weren't able to break out between PCC and LAC, but the final round of feedback that we engaged in over the last couple weeks, we have that by campus. And I want to thank Dr. Kirkwood and really Vicki Lurch in a lot of ways for preparing that and sharing that data.
Thank you. Any other comments on this item? Okay, Student Trustee Remeda, I do appreciate your comments. I'm inclined to, and I don't know what the pleasure of the board is, but if there is a motion on the floor, obviously we need to vote on the first motion, but if there's a motion on the floor to delay this for another month, we do have a little bit of time. We do have, the board had given direction, we do have an intention to having this done, you know, relatively soon, because we do have to start marketing for the fall semester, which starts July 1, right? So we do have enrollment goals that we have that really would be kicking in April, May, June. And then we have the 75th anniversary of the campus that we really want to make sure we have the right identifier. We have a motion on the floor, so we'll need to vote on that, but I'm willing to entertain a motion if you'd like to delay. I don't know what that looks like with the rest of the board. So
I'm happy to make a substitute motion to delay if it's amenable to the board.
okay, but we do have the one, so Student Trustee Remeda, if you wanted to do that, I know Trustee Zia just did that, but I was speaking to you if you wanted to make that motion. But first, we do have to vote on the first one. So we do have a motion on the floor, And let me read what that motion is, and then I'll take a vote. And then after that vote, if there is a second motion, Trustee Remetta, I would like to honor your comments. So we have a motion on the floor that the board, it's been motioned and it's moved and seconded that the Board of Trustees approve a new campus identifier. Oh, sorry. The motion is actually option A, LBCC.
No, it's not.
Oh, option C, excuse me, LBCC Trade Tech Campus and Community Learning Center.
I thought, no.
And Community Learning? Campus, sorry. I wrote C and didn't spell it.
And it's
So-
not campus on both, it's, isn't it the?
If I can,
Yeah, trade,
Madam President, if I can just
tech.
clarify that.
Yes,
It would
Dr.
be
Munoz?
option 3, which is the original one, which is LBCC Trade Tech and Community Learning Campus.
So Trade Tech and Community Learning Campus.
And for short, call it trade tech, who cares?
And I would say, from my perspective, the motion that is put forward with both, that I think, to your point, honors, it's still in line with the feedback that we've gotten.
Okay, so I get it. I understand. All right, so it'll be LBCC Trade Tech. Now, question, are we going with tech, or are we going with technical, or are we going with technology, or just tech?
Madam President, may I make a recommendation?
Yes.
So my recommendation is, to your point, the moniker defaults trade tech, but tech isn't a word. And so I would recommend using technology as the official word. So when you do your catalog and whatnot, you would spell it out, but how the branding and the way we focus, we would use tech. But for accreditation, for the catalog, for formal, when it's written out, it should say technology. In my opinion.
Okay, and is trade, because on option A, trades is plural, on option B, trade is not. What are we doing with option C? LBCC trade singular or trades plural?
I can restate the motion.
Okay, could you? Thank you.
It was for LBCC, Trade Tech, and Community Learning Campus.
Thank you.
So just trade? Not
Yeah,
trade.
not-
Got
yeah.
it. Trustee Chico, it's really distracting having the peanut gallery going. It's just, please. Got it. So LBCC, Trade Tech, and Community Learning Campus. And that's your motion. Got it. And that's the motion I seconded? All right. We have a motion and a second. Madam Secretary, if you could please call a roll call vote.
Student Trustee Mineta.
No.
Vote no. Okay, nay, sorry. Virginia Baxter.
Aye.
Herlinda Chico.
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu.
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk.
Aye.
Sunny Zia.
Nay.
All right, motion carries. So the new name of the Pacific Coast Campus, and let me make sure I say this correctly, is LBCC Trade Tech and Community Learning Campus. All right, motion carries. Thank you. We're going to move on the agenda. Item 7.2, Revised Board Policy and Administrative Procedure. Chapter 2, excuse me, let me just back up and say thank you, Dr. Kirkwood. I meant to say that earlier. Dr. Munoz and also the committee and the groups that work so hard at the Pacific Coast Campus. Thank you for your work. Back to 7.2, Revised Board Policy and Administrative Procedure, Chapter 2, Board of Trustees, Board Policy 2330, 2340, 2350, 2355, 2360, 2365, 2410, 2430, 2431, 2432, 2435, first reading, and Administrative Procedure 2340, 2360, 2365, 2410, 2435, informational. This is first reading, all informational. Bear with me, please. I've got to read through this list. So we've got BP 2330, quorum and voting, BP 2340, agendas, AP 2340, agendas, BP 2350, speakers, BP 2355, decorum, BP 2360, minutes, AP 2360, minutes, BP 2365 recording, AP 2365 recording, BP 2310 board policies and administrative procedures, AP 2410 board policies and administrative procedures, BP 2430 delegation of authority of the superintendent president, BP 2431 superintendent president selection, BP 2432 superintendent president succession, BP 2435 evaluation of the superintendent president, AP 2435 evaluation of the superintendent president. That was information item only. And just for the benefit of the public, I was once asked why I say the numbers and not 2435. That's parliamentary procedure. You have to say each number individually, just in case anybody's wondering, because it is tedious, but that's what you have to do. We're going to move on the agenda to item 7.3, California Community College Trustees, CCCT 2024 Board Election. I do have a motion and a second, but before I entertain that, let me read you the results so that we have a proper motion and a second. The recommended action is that the Board of Trustees approve the selection of 7 nominations from the candidates listed. Votes will be announced and submitted via e-ballot no later than April 25th to the CCCT Elections Committee. The election of members of the CCCT Board will take place between March 10th and April 25th, 2024. Will be accepted via the e-ballot online platform. Each community college district governing board shall have 1 vote for each open seat on the CCCT board. CCCT board members are elected for 3-year terms. No CCCT board member shall serve more than 3 full terms. For 2024, there are 7 seats up for election, 13 candidates with 7 incumbents running. The board secretary received each board member's votes. The board secretary does have that information already. I will share the results of our Board of Trustees here election that we conducted earlier today, and the board secretary will submit the governing board's voice via e-ballot. All votes are held in a secure database. Results will be announced at the annual trustee conference in May, and these are the results for our board, and at that point, I'll entertain a motion and a second. So we do have, based on the 13 candidates running, a 4-way tie for 3rd place. And that 4-way tie for 3rd place is, let's see, Nan Gomez Heitzberg from Kern Community College District, Hortensia Armendariz from Imperial Community College District, Yvette Davis from Glendale Community College District, and Deborah Kita from State Center Community College District. We also have a 2-way tie for 2nd place with Bernardo Perez from Ventura County Community College District and Greg, sorry, I read that wrong. No, I didn't, sorry. Greg Pensa, Allen Hancock Community College District. And then we have 1 that came in 1st place for all of us, which is Barbara Calhoun, Compton Community College District. So the motion would be for our board votes to go in this order from top to bottom: Barbara Calhoun, and then it would go Yvette Davis, Deborah Ikeda, Hortensia Almendariz, Nan Gomez, and Bernardo Perez, Greg Pensa, and Deborah Ikeda. I think I may have said one of those twice. So I have the motion. I need a motion and a second, please.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by trustee Untuck, second by trustee Baxter. Any discussion? I would just like to add that Deborah Ikeda, Nan Gomez Heitzberg, and that's it. I serve with them on the ACCT National Board, so I happen to know them. And Barbara Calhoun is a good friend of LBCC. She's over at Compton and always supports our efforts here. So congratulations to them. Madam Secretary, roll call vote, please.
Virginia Baxter.
Aye.
Herlinda Chico.
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu.
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk.
Aye.
Sunny Zia.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries. Item 7.4, Board of Trustees report. Trustee Untuck is going to report first, and then after that, we'll go to any of the other board members.
Hey, thank you so much. Busy couple of weeks, but wanted to highlight the Housing California Conference was here in Long Beach last week. It's a convening of statewide housing leaders. I think this is the first time Long Beach has hosted it. There are over 2,300 attendees. And I really want to say thank you to Aaron Murphy, Tracy Carmichael, Michelle Reese, and Dr. Munoz for helping pull together the idea of a community college student housing tour. I submitted about 6 months ago the idea, and then we were able to pull it off where about 15 folks signed up. We got on a bus in the rain and went down to Costa Mesa to see market rate student housing for about 800 students there, that they do 6-month and 1-year lease agreements that range anywhere from $1,200 to $1,800 per room. They'd have a shared living room, kitchen, and then they have their own room and bathroom solo. So and it's in 2, 3, and 4 room configurations. So very interesting to see, and it's a public-private partnership that they outsource or have a third party administer the operations and the laundry and security and everything. So that was very interesting to see what they're doing there. Then we went up to Cerritos College and saw their Jovenes townhomes. They have about 12 townhomes, about 26 students. It's really focused on homeless students and high need, low income students. Very different model, different size. We also partner and have Jovenes as a partner with our student housing options. But to see on the ground, it's a townhome. They bought them new construction as a purchase, and so it's getting equity, but they're paying the monthly rents, and each student gets his own room. They have a downstairs shared bathroom and living room, or kitchen and living room, and then bathrooms upstairs. And so it's very much like if you have a roommate kind of situation. And then we were here at the CLAC. We went over our 2 proposals in North Long Beach and here at LEC, about 300 beds combined, and went through our analysis and design build process and so forth. So, and it was great. We had community partners from Long Beach State, from the April Parker Foundation, from Senator Lena Gonzalez's office, really to have some local folks participate in that process. So I really want to say thank you. Great panel. Sam Prater from the LA Room and Board. They basically renovate existing homes. They work with LACCD to do like bunk beds or 2 or 3 beds per room and cycle people in and out as they need it in the different rooms. So they're repurposing existing homes. Pamela Sepulveda was there from Cerritos College, talked about their Jovenes model. Vice President of Student Services from Orange Coast, Dr. Majid Nuramadad was there and talked about their market race public partnership they've had since 2020. And just, it was really, really great effort. So I want to just thank you again to the LBCC team to help pull that off. I was able to attend the Keeping It 100 panel at the end of Black History Month on the 27th. Great conversation with Black students and staff about resources, mentoring, partnerships. We had on-campus and off-campus folks. Also met with Long Beach State, has a new Black Student Success Initiative and coordinator. I want to thank Dr. Freeman and Angela Folks for connecting with them as they're focused on increasing enrollment at Long Beach City College, Black student transfer rates, and retention and success of existing students. So it's a new initiative from the Provost's office. I was able to attend a Coffee with the Cop on February 7th. In North Long Beach, great community building. I mean, we had almost 30 people come out. We had officers from Long Beach PD, Compton, LA County Sheriffs. And so it was a really collaborative effort because in North Long Beach, we're on the boundary of, it's like an imaginary boundary. Go across one street, all of a sudden you're unincorporated LA County, and you need to call the sheriffs in Carson if you want to get something dealt with next to your house instead of Long Beach PD doesn't respond, or they'll say that's the end of my jurisdiction at the curb. So great event. I want to thank Dr. Joni Ricks-Odie for organizing that. And then also was able to go to the CCEJ breakfast and convening on Friday the 8th. They did a different model this year. Instead of just a breakfast, it was an all-day, 2-speaker community building effort. So fantastic experience, great speakers. Really, really enjoyed that. And then just want to congratulate everyone who was on the March 5th ballot. And, elections are difficult, and I want to just say congratulations to everyone.
Thank you. Who would like to go next? Trustee Baxter?
Okay. I'm going to start out by telling you who I would like to adjourn the meeting in memory of. Her name is Mary Ellman, Ellmann. Mary was a reading teacher here for over 30 years, probably 35 years. And so only the old timers would remember her because she's been retired for a number of years, but she was a lovely lady. She actually died up north, staying with her daughter. And when I find out funeral arrangements and things like that, I'll let people know. But so that's who the meeting is going to be adjourned in memory of. Then the day of the last board meeting, February 21st, I went to the nursing, well, I don't want to call it a fundraiser, but it was a fundraiser, building a structure for an endowment for nursing students. And I was very impressed with the turnout. I think there were like 60 or 70 people there, very positive. We could only stay about 15 minutes because we had to come over for the board meeting, but I was very, very impressed by the turnout that was there. I also mentioned at the last meeting that I was on jury duty. I was on jury duty for over a week. It was very interesting, and we had a good discussion and deliberation, and I can't tell you what happened, but anyway, it was very interesting. Then on February 26th, I had the Helping Homeless Students Board meeting. On February 29th, State of the College, which was fabulous. I don't know who came up with the whole concept, but I love the arts, I love the band, I love the dancing. I just thought everybody had a really good time, but yet you were being very firm in what we've done, and I felt very, very good about that. Then on March 1st was the Women of the Year Award. Judy Ross received that award. Dario, when you get a chance, would you put up the pictures that I showed? Okay, this is me and obviously President Malauulu and the Committee for Women's History Month, and this was at the kickoff that both of us attended. Very, very well done. And so, can I go to the next picture? Oh, I wanted to talk about this. One of the things that I'm involved in is event called One Spark. The lady in the upper right-hand corner and the lady on the right in the two-lady corner is Dorothy Pittman Hughes. And the lady on the left is Gloria Steinem, who most people my age know. But really, Dorothy Pittman Hughes was just as involved in the women's rights movement at the very, very beginning. And she came to Long Beach 2 years ago, and I helped raise money to have her speak and fly out and all that kind of stuff. And she died shortly thereafter. But anyway, they're going to have a tribute to her life and legacy. It's going to start at the Michelle Obama Library on March 22nd. Our involvement will be, there'll be an art contest, and our students will participate in that, and then the art will be displayed, excuse me, on the 22nd, and it's going to be a great program. Then we're going to bring the art to LBCC. It's going to be in the library, and so we're involved on campus and also at the Michelle Obama Library. So please put that on your calendars to come to this event. And what's the next one? Or did I only send you two? Okay, sorry. Okay, I'll keep talking. So I had the Rotary Scholarship meeting, the CCEJ breakfast, which Uduak talked about. That was on the 8th. On the 9th was Literary Women. And I knew that Natalie was there, but also there was our Long Beach City College student who every year we are allowed, and Natalie's involved, Natalie Burgess is involved in helping with the selection of the students. And let me tell you, our creative writing students are just as good as those at Cal State Fullerton, Cal State Long Beach, Chapman College, because they reach out to all the colleges. And so that was great. Then yesterday I spoke at a group in the Assistance League called Las Hermanas and First Ladies. Oh, I'm going to be done on time. Then I went over to the wall presentation yesterday. fabulous, fabulous event. And then last night, I went to the Lakewood Village Neighborhood Association board meeting. So even though I was on jury duty, I got a lot done, and I'm done 12 seconds ahead of time.
Thank you, Trustee Baxter. Trustee Chico?
You could have used another picture in there, Ginny. You know, I want to start off by first congratulating a longtime LBCC born and raised friend, Alex Charon, who launched his book, The Mighty 690. So if you all don't remember the Mighty 690 radio station, Alex has written a book that's just been released about the Mighty 690 and the influence on culture. So I'm excited to dive in and read that. I was unable to attend because I injured my foot, which is why I was also not able to attend our board meeting because I was in the ER for 6 hours. State of the College, well done. Everybody that participated to pull that off, it was great. It started off with a lot of enthusiasm. The statistics and data and the reports that you shared, Dr. Munoz, it garnered so much positive feedback from the community members that I spoke to. Everybody walked away saying, wow, you all are doing some great work at Long Beach City College. So thank you for highlighting us the way that you do. The Building M mural is very profound. And so everybody that was there, the people that I spoke to, including artist Boteo, everybody was so inspired. The butterfly that was on a bullet with butterfly wings, Billy Corgan line. And he said, I had noticed that and showed Dr. Baxter when we first sat down. And I said, to me, that seems like, you know, you know, because a butterfly is metamorphosis. And I thought, you know, from violence, a bullet comes a butterfly. And then artist Boteo was talking about his inspiration. What if a bullet flew at the speed of butterfly wings? They would not be violent and kill people. So that blew my mind as well. The interpretations that everybody is going to get after just staring at this beautiful mural. I am so excited. It's such a gem for everybody on this campus. And then finally, I want to make everybody aware of an event we're having on March 23rd at the PCC campus, or at the Pacific Coast campus, Dr. Baxter. It is called Empowering Our Youth Beyond This Moment Anti-Violence Youth Conference. And it's from 11:30 to 4:30. There's also going to be a car show. So you can find that. It's being sponsored by Centro Cha and LBCC, Dignity Health. There's a lot of different community groups. I see UCC, the United Cambodian Community. And so it's really important to bring all of these entities and these organizations together to offer resources to help support and empower our youth. So I encourage people to visit and attend. And that is the end of my report. Thanks.
Thank you, Trustee Chico. Trustee Zia?
Thank you. I'll start off with also echoing my colleagues' comments about College Day. It was fantastic. I think we had over 600 people. Is that right, Dr. Munoz? Yeah, so if people want to get on the mailing list, I believe, I asked Dr. Munoz, it's Carl Kemp's office, who you can get on the list, is what he advised. I also wanted to inform our student body and anyone who's interested, there's internship opportunities with HDR for internship in the engineering sector in Long Beach. And also I announced last time, Alcom, who is an industry partner for us, they're hiring our students and willing to train about 100 vacancies, and they have a program and curriculum with us. So I've sent it to folks. within our district and our staff to get the word out. But if anybody wants to get a hold of me, my cell phone number is 562-270-5017. Or my email, you can contact me and I'll get you the information. It's szia@lbcc.edu, and I'm happy to provide that to you. I also wanted to commend someone on the dais here who I keep, it's not that I miss, but I want to just highlight. Benjamin, you're wonderful. You always bring such delight and joy and always positive. I loved your report tonight. I love your reports almost invariably, if not invariably. Tonight was really special because it's about Irish American Heritage Month, and I appreciate you sharing about your background. For the record, I grew up with my mom convinced that we're related to the Irish. Every Irish person she would go up to say, I think we're related. And it got to a point that someone was kind enough to come up with a rejoinder saying, you may be right. It must be because we're Persian. It must be all the poetry and the boozing, and that made her stop telling people. So it was really sweet. But I just wanted to say, 4 years ago today is when the emergency shutdown happened for COVID. And looking back, it's really insightful to reflect how much we've overcome and how much we've grown as an institution. And I just wanted to punctuate that for what it's worth. It's amazing what we were able to accomplish, so much. And hearing Natalie Burgess's report tonight really made me reflect even more about today and the importance and the miracle of life and the privilege of aging. So with that, I will conclude my comments, and I have 2 minutes left. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Zia. Going back to our last board meeting, shortly after, on the 28th, we had an EDD cohort meeting. And then later that day, I attended the Rotary meeting, and I'm so grateful for the support of the Long Beach Rotary Club and the scholarships that they provide for our students. Then on the 29th, we had the State of the College. I appreciate the video that Dr. Munoz shared with you. Thank you to everyone. It was a really special event for me personally, but it was just even more special because our campus community was able to really see what we've done and all the work that we put into making sure that we represent our community and that we represent our students. And I loved seeing how many students were there. So that was my favorite part. I do have one photograph that I want to show from the event, Dario. So this is starting with the right. You've got my husband there, and then his dad and his mom. That's my mother and father-in-law. It was their first time on campus ever. My mom is standing next to me, and my youngest son, Koa, he's only 15, and he's like 6'3". But I just want to share that the reason why this photo is special to me, aside from my in-law, my mom has been on campus lots of times, and she attends a lot of events, but my in-laws have been unable to attend just because their schedule, and they're very busy, and they have a very robust calendar with all the activities that they do. So I was really excited that they were able to make this event. And my mother-in-law, when she was walking out, was picking up all of the LBCC flyers that people left behind, and she took them straight to the church. And she started passing them out to people. And from what I've heard from people is like, hey, you know, Grandma Lama, Auntie Lama, she's passing out all these flyers for LBCC. So we've got this person out there in the community representing. And then my father-in-law, I would look over at him to see if he was still, you know, if he hadn't fallen asleep or if he was, every time I looked up, he was applauding, he was cheering. And then at the end, he comes up to me and he goes, that was a really good show. So thank you to them for showing up. I appreciate that. On March 2nd, I attended the Long Beach Wonder Woman event that was hosted by Senator Lina Gonzalez, and I was really proud that we did have people from the Long Beach Community College District there in attendance. March 6th, I was a part of the Women's History Month kickoff. Once again, that photograph has been shown a few times, but thank you. The committee is doing a really good job. And if you haven't taken a moment to look at the calendar to see all the activities that they've planned this month, kudos to them for really being inclusive and creative. On Friday the 8th, I don't know how I was able to throw out the first pitch for the softball game, the opening game, when we have two D1, title holding, record holding with Gina and Christy on staff, pitchers, and they selected me. And I just want to let you guys know that when I was practicing to throw out the first pitch, I was throwing fire. But I was practicing really close to the plate. But when I actually went to throw that first pitch, I stood back where the pitcher actually stands, and it was very far. My husband says that I would have hit the batter if there had been a batter there. I think he's wrong. It looked like a strike to me, but So anyway, thank you to the softball team for doing that, and I know you've seen photographs of that event. Yesterday, I was at the Building M mural reveal, and what everybody says is true. It was a very special place, and I really would like to invite everybody to go out there and check it out. Please invite people from the community. I anticipate that this will turn into a place where people go, a destination in Long Beach, where people want to be photographed with that in the background. That's how amazing it is. So please use social media, hashtagging, and get the word out. Thank you to Paul Botello for blessing us with this talent. It was beautiful. Today I was at the Rosie the Riveter, it was a Learning Who Rosie Is event. The Dr. Vanessa Crispin Renalta, I hope I pronounced that correctly, invited me to attend, and it was great being able to speak about Rosie. And then I also attended the MANA Leadership Mentorship program, and I just want to read to you what MANA is. It's a combination of things. It's basically a word belief that is rooted in the Pacific. It's a belief of supernatural power that could manifest itself in a miracle. It's a force that may be ascribed to persons, spirits, or inanimate objects. Today, the Oceania community, our MANA is often manifested and nurtured through faith, culture, community, and education. We had lots of students there. I want to say there were maybe 60 people there. Some of them were mentors, campus mentors. But thank you to, if I start saying names, I know I'm going to leave somebody out. But thank you to the organizers of this event. MANA is through a grant, and we're trying to help and support Pacific Islanders, Asians, Desi, Indigenous students. And I think that the work that you've done, I see it growing. So I see you, and I'm grateful for you, and thank you to our counselors. Now, because I have a little bit of time left, Dario, can you show a couple of the pictures? These are photos that weren't displayed last month. This is the gentleman that I met when we visited Senator LaFonza Butler's office. His name is Marvin Figueroa, and he is a Honduran-American, highest-ranking chief of staff for Senator Butler. And it just made me really proud to find another fellow Honduran working at, on the Capitol. Next slide, please. And here we are with our student trustee who just recently applied to Georgetown. I'm so proud of you. And that was the night that we facilitated a visit for her to visit the university there. And then the next slide, that was the picture I was telling you where I kind of had a proud moment, mama moment, when I stood back and just watched Dr. Munoz be interviewed. I can't wait for this documentary to come out. And that just concludes my report for this month and adds the photos for last month. So thank you, everybody. We're going to move on the agenda to Section 8, which is the consent agenda, 8.1. Are there any items that we would like to remove from the consent calendar?
Yes, President Malauulu.
Trustee Zia?
Item 8.7, 8.8, and 8.13.
Okay, so Board Secretary Michelle Reese has asked me to take my time on this because she needs to be able to pull these from the board docs. So item 8.7, item 8.8, and item 8.13, she's going to remove. And while she's doing that, because I know it's going to take a moment to do that, I'll entertain a motion and a second to approve the rest of the consent agenda.
So moved.
Second.
We've got a motion by Trustee Zia, second by Trustee Chico to approve the other items on the consent. Any discussion? All right, Madam Secretary, when you're ready, we'll take a vote.
Student Trustee Manetta?
Aye.
Virginia Baxter?
Aye.
Herlinda Chico,
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu,
Aye.
Uduak-Joe and Tuck, Sunny Zia.
Aye.
Motion carries, and now we will go to item 8.7. Trustee Zia?
Yes, thank you, President Malauulu. I had a series of questions for staff, and on this item, because it's a sole source, I want to just take some time. First of all, thank you to Dr. West for crystallizing some of the seminal points about why we're doing a sole source. And after reviewing his response and staff's response and the research that was done with other community colleges, I will vote yes for this item. However, I'd like to caution us. I'd like to see us start with a very fiscally prudent contract, since it's not on the agenda. This is just namely to approve the MOUs based on my understanding. I don't want us to start with a huge contract. It is, right now, it's hard to tell what the impending contract value is going to be. So I may not vote for that depending on the value, and but I'll have to assess that in a future date. But I just wanted to punctuate this for the record. I know I have quite a bit of disdain for sole sourcing in the universe of competitive market and capitalism versus monopolies. I just have a hard time believing we can't find other companies. But after listening to staff's research and the incisive background that was provided, I will be voting yes for this. And thank you, Dr. West, for that response.
Okay, and just to add to that, Trustee Zia, the immersive classroom is part of what I'm studying in my EDD cohort. So this was kind of a interest of mine as well, but I understood and I was able to review some of the email exchange back and forth. I'd like to thank Dr. West for his transparency and responding to everyone. And we know that there's a fine line there with serial board meetings. So thank you for doing that. I appreciate it. So with that, I'll entertain a motion and a second to approve item 8.7.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Trustee Zia, second by Trustee Baxter. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Any
Aye.
opposed?
Aye.
Any opposed? Nay. Thank you. Motion carries. Item 8.8, contract awards.
Yes, on this one, I had questions as well on the competitive process followed. Unfortunately, and I think in the past what we've done is the Q&A has been provided for the public, about 50 copies, and it's available. So I asked that the same practice be applied here. I am not convinced on the contract number 99825.3 Ancora training that it wasn't competitively procured, and other opportunities weren't given to other firms. Because of that, I'm content with the second contract procurement process that was followed because it followed a competitive process, but the first one is the reason why, is the basis why I will be voting no on this item.
Thank you. Any other discussion? All right, I need a motion and a second for this item.
So moved.
Second.
So, Trustee Zia, is your motion to approve? Okay, all right, so we've got a motion to approve. Trustee Zia, second. Trustee Baxter, any discussion? All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Trustee Zia,
Board
your nay is
President
noted.
Malauulu, because Trustee Ntuk is absent, can we do roll call? Sorry.
Got it. You got it. And would you like to go back to item 8.7 for that?
That's okay, I recorded it, but I just wanted to make sure we corrected going forward.
Got it. All right, so roll call vote, please.
Student Trustee Manetta,
Aye.
Virginia Baxter,
Aye.
Herlinda Chico,
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu,
Aye.
Uduak-Joe and Tuck, absent during vote, Sunny Zia.
Nay.
Motion carries. Moving on to item 8.13, contract amendments. Trustee Zia?
Yes, I pulled this item namely because of the first contract with Hoveness. This has been a contract that has been amended, this is the fourth amendment now, and it's increasing to nearly $3 million without competition. I think that we should give at least give the competitive procurement a shot and have others compete for this opportunity instead of increasing it at this inordinate amount. I understand the value it brings to our student, but I am a firm believer that competition breeds success, and I like to see competition followed in this regard for this nearly $3 million contract, and therefore I'll be voting no for this item.
Any additional discussion? I have a question. Could you elaborate a little bit about what that Hoveness contract is? I remember the first time that it was on the agenda, but I don't remember the amendment. Is that what you said, Trustee Zia?
Yeah,
So there was once, and then there was an amendment, and then this one?
There's been 3 other amendments, so I think it dates back to 2021 during the pandemic, and this is the 4th amendment.
And in full transparency, there is a 5th amendment that is anticipated to come in April. So I've included that on the response as well, that Dr. Corral had mentioned that there's another one to increase from current 40 students to 50 students anticipated for April.
And just for some context, we receive an allocation from the state. And so as we receive additional funds, we then increase the contract to serve more students. So as we receive additional funds from the state, this allows us to, like Dr. Chip West mentioned, to go from, you said 40 students to 50 students.
To 50 students is the
So that's why we bring the contract back, and we set the dollar amount based on the funds that we have at the moment. And so if we get an additional allocation, then we would come back and increase the contract so we could serve more students.
I appreciate serving more students. I'm just not in agreement with just evergreen contracts and keep amending the same contract without competition. That's why I'll be voting no.
Dr. West, follow-up question. Has there been RFPs or RFQs that gone out for this?
So there hasn't been, so there are 14 community colleges that receive this funding, as Dr. Munoz said, and for this grant over 3 years, we do receive about $700,000 annually. $565,000 of it goes to Hoveness to pay for the case managers and direct housing supports, which Dr. Corral had mentioned. This is an ongoing contract. As you know, we can have up to 5 years with the contracts, and so we're within that time frame. Currently, this, I think you had asked about services. You have to have eligibility, and it provides rental assistance, housing navigation, direct housing placement for students, and it accepts, what we like about this program is it's very broad. It accepts a lot of students, and the challenges that students sometimes have dependents or have other things, there's not as many stringent rules for this. So it gives us a broad base to be able to serve as many students as possible. Dr.
And if I could also expand, as you mentioned, because we are still within the 5-year range, this work is very nuanced when you're talking about serving unhoused students. And it's also very relationship based. So our basic needs office and the team and Justin, they have spent the last several years building a community of support for unhoused students, and those relationships matter. And to just swap, it's not the kind of work where you can just swap people out. Like, it really is about creating a clear success team model. And so, like I said, the Basic Needs Office has spent the last several years building these relationships, fine-tuning the relationships, fine-tuning the services with this provider. And so there's a lot of confidence at this point in the relationship that we have with this provider and the services that they're providing to our students. With that said, obviously, when we get to the end of this contract cycle, definitely they can compete along with everybody else. But in the moment, as we're getting additional funds, to be able to quickly scale and increase the number of students so that we can serve those students that have immediate needs, that's important. If we went out, that delays the process. That also delays, you have to start, if it's a different service provider, then you're starting all over again with building relationships. And so this is, the best recommendation from staff at this point, to continue to serve our students and meet the needs as quickly as possible.
Thank you. Trustee Baxter?
Yes, I have 2 questions. I'm very familiar with Hoveness. I'm also very familiar with Harbor, and I always call it Harbor Regional, which is wrong, but Harbor, I'm so familiar. Okay. Anyway, they do basically the same thing. And it's not interfaith. Maybe it is, Harbor Interfaith. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. So I wonder why, you know, we're not using them. And that's a rhetorical question. You don't have to answer that. But how much does Hoviness charge per student? Because isn't it over $100,000 per student? It's a lot of money.
So I can get that information for you. What Dr. Carl provided, because he couldn't be here this evening, is he did provide me some listings of students serviced, and I think there's a variety of services, so it depends on the variety of services. Some students are serviced kind of outside of housing and just kind of basic needs support, and then there's also students who are housed within the program. Those numbers have gone up for us every year. We started off in 2021, 22 with 27. We're all the way up into the mid-30s right now, and again, as I mentioned, he's looking to move it to 50 with the additional funding that we got in next month coming to the board meeting. So as Dr. Munoz mentioned, this is an ongoing relationship that we've had. We've had a really positive experience. As I look through the information that Dr. Corral provided tonight, there are reports, there are testimonials, there's a lot of really great data in this that we're using to really bridge our programs with these students as we move forward.
Well, I'm going to vote yes, but I also want to say that I think when the big contract comes up, and it's a pretty big contract, that we look at also Harbor Interfaith.
Yes, ma'am.
We also do work with other housing providers. So I know Dr. Zia, Trustee Zia, mentioned, you know, the idea. I know I'll give honorary doctorate. But as I mentioned, that there are more than one service providers in this space. So we work with Showers of Hope, and so they had a contract, especially when we were having our federal dollars and infusion of federal dollars. We have a contract with Raise the Bar because some of the other vendors don't work with students with families, so we work with Raise the Bar. We've worked with Long Beach Economic Roundtable, and we had a partnership with them. So we have distributed the money across other providers. We haven't only solely worked with Hoviness. Part of the reason why Hoviness has probably the larger share of the funds is because of the positive outcomes we've had with working with them. So I just wanted to be clear, they're not the only provider we're using.
Thank you, Dr. Munoz. Any additional discussion? Trustee Chico?
I just want to, you know, having worked for the county and worked in public service and with a lot of different service organizations, Hoviness is one of the premier organizations that work with youth, particularly around our basic needs students. They've done a fantastic job at not just Cerritos, but I believe they're at Rio Hondo as well. And so they have the capacity. I think we also have to remember what Dr. Munoz said. In these situations, it's incredibly important to have the consistency and build that trust. And so I agree, you know, we can go out at the 5-year mark like we should, but these types of services should not be interrupted or changed unless it absolutely has to, because they have been very successful. I haven't heard any complaints about Hoviness, but in my experience working at the county and the work that they've done with the county, with the different community colleges in the area, I'm very comfortable allowing them to service more students and providing this additional funding to do so.
Thank you, Trustee Chico. Anyone else? All right, we've got a motion and a second on this item. Madam Chair, roll call vote, please.
Actually, I believe we need a motion in a second.
I'm sorry, we need a motion and a second.
I will second.
Yeah, I'll move.
Okay, Trustee Baxter with the motion, Trustee Chico with the second. Madam Secretary?
Student Trustee Mineta?
Aye.
Virginia Baxter?
Aye.
Herlinda Chico?
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu?
Aye.
Uduak Joe Ntuk, absent. Sunny Zia?
Nay.
Motion carries. Section 9 on the agenda, Human Resources, 9.1, new and/or revised Board Policy and Administrative Procedure, Chapter 7, Human Resources, Board Policy 7330, first reading, Administrative Procedure 7330, informational. This is a first reading, information only. We've got BP 7330, communicable diseases for employees, AP 7330, communicable diseases employees. Item 9.2, California Community College Classified Employee of the Year. This is an action item. I need a motion and a second, and there's a lot on here for me to read, so I'd like to ask if my colleagues on the board wouldn't mind taking turns reading these paragraphs. I would appreciate it. We can all kind of share. So we'll pass the sheet around. But first, I'll need a motion and a second that the Board of Trustees endorses the nomination of Kimberly Quiros for the California Community Colleges Classified Employee of the Year Award as submitted.
So moved.
Second.
We've got a motion by Trustee Baxter, and I think that was a second by Trustee Zia. All right, so before we go into discussion, I'm going to read the first paragraph, and then I'm going to go to my left for Trustee Baxter, and then I'll go to my right, and we'll all take turns reading this. Each year at their May meeting, the Board of Governors of California Community Colleges honors classified employees who demonstrate the highest level of commitment to professionalism and community colleges. Award winners are selected by representatives of the Community Colleges Board of Governors, Chancellor's Office, and the Foundation for Community Colleges.
Each local Board of Trustees may forward to the California Community Colleges Chancellor's Office the name of one nominee for the Community College Classified Employee of the Year Award. This year, the district is recommending the nomination of Kimberly Quiros, I'm probably saying her name wrong, Student Services Technician.
Sounds good. So I put names on here if you want to take that.
Kimberly Kim serves as the Student Services Technician at the Long Beach City College Welcome Center, which serves as a first stop for any new student to our campus. In this role, Kim regularly interfaces with individuals from the general public who want to attend college. It is in the capacity of this role that Kim routinely demonstrates her commitment to Vision 2030, which includes equity in access, success, and support.
Kim's approach to the work comes from a genuine place of support with student success in mind. Whether Kim is working the front desk, answering phones, or taking a walk during her break, if she sees a student she can offer support to, the student becomes the priority. Kim routinely goes above and beyond the call of duty to ensure service to students.
Beyond providing students with the information they need, Kim is also committed to attending to their basic needs. For example, while the college has a robust basic needs center, which she works closely with, she went out of her way to create welcome bags for housing insecure students who come through the Welcome Center. The bags include a blanket, hygiene products, and some dry food. From her perspective, this bag is designed to provide basic needs to students who may visit the Welcome Center during the hours when the Basic Needs Center may be closed. While it is not a part of Kim's job to do this, she is fully invested in providing timely and holistic care and support to students. This is an embodiment of equity in support.
Where Kim really stands apart from others in going the extra step is in her generosity toward others. Kim is kind, which makes staff feel safe, heard, and supported. She expresses gratitude and appreciation for the work that staff do. She is thoughtful about acknowledging accomplishments and celebrating special occasions, and is mindful of is mindful of doing little things that make people feel very important and integral to an operation. Staff enjoy coming to work every day because of the type of environment that she nurtures in her office. Kim is a great gift of building people up, and she extends this gift to staff and students.
Notably, Kim returned to college as an adult to acquire new skills and training to advance professionally. As a non-traditional student and graduate of Long Beach City College, Kim is a prime example of the impact of the college mission when carried out. As a result of the impact of her own community college experience, now as an LBCC employee, Kim chooses to give back daily to the community college, one student at a time. She is selfless, caring, and meets students where they are. These are some of the reasons we are proud to have her as the LBCC nominee for the Classified Employee of the Year. Go Kim Quiroz.
Thank you to my colleagues for helping me read this, and wow, thank you, Cam. We've got a motion and a second. Any discussion on this item? All right, Madam Secretary, roll call vote, please.
Student trustee Manetta, Virginia Baxter.
Aye.
Herlinda Chico.
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu.
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk absent. Sunny Zia.
Aye.
Motion carries. Congratulations, Kim, and we wish you good luck when you are a part of that decision-making body at the state office. Section 10 on the agenda, Academic Senate, Title 5, Section 53203, Item 10.1, New Modified Inactivated Courses and Distance Learning Addenda. This is an action item. I need a motion and a second that the Board of Trustees approve the new Modified Inactivated Courses and Distance Learning Addenda effective fall 2024 as submitted.
So moved. Oh, second.
We've got a motion by Trustee Chico, second by Trustee Baxter. Any discussion? Madam Secretary, roll call vote, please.
Student trustee Manetta, Virginia Baxter.
Aye.
Herlinda Chico.
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu.
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk. Sunny Zia.
Aye.
Motion carries. Section 11, Academic Affairs, Item 11.1, New and/or Revised Board Policies and Administrative Procedures. Chapter 4, Academic Affairs, Board Policy 4103, 4231, First Reading, Administrative Procedure 4103, 4231, Informational Only. This is first reading, information only. BP 4103, Work Experience Education, AP 4103, Work Experience Education, BP 4231, Grade Changes, AP 4231, Grade Changes. I need nothing. That was information only. Section 12 on the agenda, Administrative and Business Services. Item 12.1, there are no items. Section 13, Student Services. Item 13.1, there are no items. Section 14, Reports. Item 14.1, Board Committee Reports. Do we have any Board Committee reports? I would just like to report that the Public Safety Ad Hoc Committee, I believe, is dissolved. All right, we did a good job. I'm gonna pat myself on the back on that one. That was 4 years worth of work. Thank you, everybody, for your help. Section 15 on the agenda, public comments on non-agenda items. 15.1, Madam Secretary, do we have any public comments on non-agenda items?
None received.
Thank you. And Section 16, second closed session. We do not have a second closed session this evening. And item 17 is adjournment. Before I adjourn the meeting, I'm going to turn it over to Vice President Dr. Baxter, who will once again mention the name of the person she'd like to adjourn the meeting in.
Thank you, President Malauulu. I would like to adjourn the meeting in memory of Dr. Mary Elman, who was a reading teacher at LBCC for over 30 years.
Thank you, Dr. Baxter. Item 17.1, the next meeting of the Board of Trustees will be held on April 17th, 2024, closed session at 4:30, open session at 5:30. We are adjourning at 9:12 this evening. Everybody, thank you so much. Have a great evening and happy spring break.